Olá pessoal, seja hoje 1º de novembro de 2023, sejam todos bem-vindos. Hoje é mais uma transmissão em nosso canal, o UPTV, trazendo para vocês então aí ao vivo a caminhada espacial de número 89, né, direto então da Estação Espacial Internacional, aí com a expedição de número 70, né, que está então a bordo da Estação Espacial Internacional. E hoje, né, a caminhada espacial será conduzida aí então por duas mulheres, é isso mesmo, né, caminhada espacial. Então será conduzida aí por duas astronautas da NASA, né? As astronautas são a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara, né? Então as duas farão a caminhada espacial hoje, né, com previsão de início aí às 9h05 da manhã e terá duração aí de 6h30 aproximadamente, né? E o que elas vão fazer então lá nessa caminhada espacial, né? Elas irão sair aí da câmara de ar da West, né, da estação, e elas irão fazer as seguintes tarefas, né? Elas irão remover uma caixa eletrônica chamada de Grupo de Radiofrequência de uma antena de comunicações na estação. Elas também vão substituir um dos 12 conjuntos de rolamentos trundle e em uma junta rotativa alfa solar, né? Porque esses rolamentos aí permitem que os painéis solares da estação então girem, né, de acordo aí com o movimento do Sol, né, aí o movimento da estação, né, ao redor da Terra. Então aí são mais ou menos aí o que elas vão realizar, né? Tá? São esses trabalhos aí que elas vão realizar hoje, né? A Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Então dentro de instantes aí, então nós teremos o contato lá direto com a Houston e com a Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando, né, de se inscrever aí no canal, né, de curtir, comentar e compartilhar a nossa transmissão. E claro, de seguir também a gente nas redes sociais, né? Estamos já lá no Instagram, né, chegando aí na marca de 400 inscritos. E aqui no canal já estamos aí chegando na marca de 730 inscritos aqui no canal, certo? Meu nome é William Pessoa, então vamos aí acompanhar juntos ao longo aí dessas 6h30 aí de transmissão pela frente aí, né? Então devemos, se começar no horário que foi programado, às 9h, né, da manhã, devemos seguir aí devemos seguir aí até por volta de umas 15h da tarde, tá? Lembrando que no dia 5 de novembro, domingo, vamos ter aí o lançamento então da Dragon com a missão de carga da CRS-29, direção aí, então à Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Então aí vamos ter aí lançamento com a Dragon na Flórida, né, para a missão de carga CRS-29. E já estamos aí ao vivo então com a transmissão em conjunto com a NASA. Já estamos aí no interior da Estação Espacial Internacional, então acompanhando aí ao vivo os preparativos iniciais então para a caminhada espacial que será iniciada daqui a dentro de 1 hora e 30 minutos.
I'm Leah Cheshire, and on this first day of November, NASA astronauts Loral O'Hara and Jasmin Moghbeli are preparing for what will be both crew members' first
Então elas estão aí fazendo os preparativos, né? Aí fazendo aí os ajustes dos trajes, né? Então aí tá as astronautas de hoje, né? Lembrando que a Jasmin Moghbeli, né? Ela veio através da Soyuz, né? Do último lançamento da Soyuz, e a Loral O'Hara da Crew 7. E hoje, então, será a primeira caminhada espacial aí das duas, né? Então, aí teremos aí a primeira caminhada espacial das duas astronautas. Então, quem fará o suporte aí desta caminhada espacial serão os astronautas Andreas Borgersen e o Satoshi Furukawa. Estamos aí no centro de controle em Houston.
NASA astronauts Jasmin Moghbeli and Loral O'Hara will exit the station's Quest airlock to remove an
Então aí hoje será a primeira caminhada espacial das duas astronautas aí da NASA, né? Sendo que a Jasmin então chegou na Estação Espacial Internacional através da nave Soyuz, né? Que vimos aí por aqui o lançamento, e a Loral O'Hara aí também chegou na Estação Espacial Internacional pela Crew 7. Então, nesse momento, as astronautas fazem então os ajustes aí então dos trajes, né? Elas já estão dentro dos trajes, a Laura e a Jasmin. Como vocês podem observar, elas já estão aí dentro dos trajes espaciais, né? Preparando aí os ajustes para então fazer aí o início da sua caminhada. Lembrando que elas vão sair então aí do módulo Quest, né, como eu mencionei.
Crew members will replace one of 12 trundle bearing assemblies on the solar alpha rotary joint. These bearings enable the station's solar arrays to rotate properly and track
então tá aí
the sun
o astronauta da JAXA, o Furukawa,
so when looking at the space station, the
dando
antenna
aí
is on the starboard
o
or right
suporte
side
aí,
of the
né,
truss,
no
and
ajuste
the rotary
dos
joint is on the
trajes.
port or the left side.
Já tivemos recentemente também a caminhada espacial pelo lado russo, que foi no dia 25 de outubro, né, que nós acompanhamos aí a caminhada espacial pelo lado russo. E vamos ver um pouquinho aí como é que vai ser aí a caminhada de hoje. Então elas farão aí a saída, né, aí do módulo Quest. E elas vão ir até a parte então do painel solar. Então aí a animação aí de como será a caminhada de hoje, né? Que irá começar dentro de instantes, né? Então aí primeira parte no caso essa parte aí de radiofrequência, né, na parte aí de comunicação aí da estação, onde ela vai então substituir um dos 12 conjuntos, e depois ela vai substituir um dos 12 conjuntos de rolamentos aí no painel solar, né? Primeiro, então, ela vai fazer a parte então da radiofrequência, né, da antena de comunicações na estação, né, onde ela vai então remover aí esta parte. Estamos vendo então aí a animação de como vai ser a caminhada. Né? Lembrando que sempre depois, quando elas terminam, quando os astronautas, né, sempre terminam de fazer os seus serviços, né? Eles sempre então fazem aí a documentação, né? Documentação em fotografia e em vídeo. Para quem está chegando agora, estamos aí acompanhando os preparativos então iniciais para o processo da caminhada espacial número 89 na Estação Espacial Internacional, que será conduzida aí por pela dupla de mulheres, né, astronautas da NASA, a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. A caminhada espacial então está previsto para acontecer às 9h05 da manhã no horário de Brasília e terá duração aí de 6h30. Estamos vendo então a animação, né, de como será a caminhada, né? Estamos vendo aí como será a caminhada, que terá duração de 6h30. Eu peço sempre, né, para você deixar o like aí na transmissão, de deixar a sua inscrição no canal e também de seguir a gente nas redes sociais. Estamos aí nos aproximando de 730 inscritos aqui no canal. E lá no Instagram, né, já estamos aí chegando na marca de 400 inscrições, seguidores. Então, menos de 1h26 aí para o início da caminhada espacial. As duas astronautas então já se encontram dentro dos trajes espaciais, aí fazendo então os últimos ajustes, né, de seus trajes. Lembrando que isso é a primeira caminhada delas. Será aí a primeira caminhada delas. Então estamos aí aguardando o início da caminhada. Pelo horário de Brasília, são 7h39. Lembrando mais uma vez, então, que no domingo, dia 5 de novembro, teremos aí, na noite de domingo, né? Teremos a transmissão aí da missão de carga CRS-29. Para quem está chegando agora, estamos aí acompanhando a animação, né, de como aí será a caminhada espacial hoje de número 89, na Estação Espacial Internacional, que irá começar dentro de 1h24. E terá duração aí de aproximadamente 6h30. E será conduzida aí pelas astronautas da NASA, a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara.
Taking a look at these team members today, you'll be able to track them while outside the space station by taking a
Estamos
look
aí
at
imagens
one difference
internas
on
aí
their suits.
da Estação
Today,
Espacial
Jasmin Moghbeli will be
Internacional.
EV1, wearing red stripes around the legs of her suit. You can't see her right now as they are
Nós estamos
preparing
então
to
aí
don the
acompanhando aí os
safer, the simplified
preparativos
aid for EVA rescue.
finais aí
And there she is. You can see that
dos
red
ajustes
stripe
então
also on the
do
top of
traje
her suit.
espacial.
Meanwhile, Loral O'Hara will be EV2, or spacewalker number 2, and she's wearing an unmarked suit, so no stripes around the legs or top of her suit. As mentioned, the team members inside the Quest airlock right now that are not suited, that's Andy Mogensen on the left of the European Space Agency and Satoshi Furukawa on the right of JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. And they are helping Moghbeli don her safer. This is the simplified aid for EVA rescue. It's a compressed
Então,
nitrogen-powered
cuidado dando
backpack of
suporte aí
sorts.
para
This
as
would allow a
duas,
crew
né?
member
Nos
to
ajustes
maneuver
então dos
independently in the
trajes.
space station.
É o
It's
astronauta da
primarily
JAXA,
intended
o
if a spacewalker became
Furukawa
detached from the space station
e
and needed to
o
move back.
Moghbeli.
However, crew members remain tethered at all times, and this is a
E na
precautionary measure.
É a Moghbeli que está dentro do uniforme. Nós estamos aí então na expedição 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional.
Today is the fourth all-female spacewalk, the first 3 being completed by NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Jessica Meir, and the first of those taking place 4 years ago on October 18th, 2019.
Estamos aí seguindo aí juntos aí então nessa transmissão de hoje da Caminhada Espacial número 89 aí pelo lado americano então da estação. Estamos vendo então os preparativos finais aí dos trajes. Estamos aí ao vivo, direto aí da Estação Espacial Internacional.
The timeline, they were intended to start the spacewalk at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. However, we may see that come a little bit early as they continue to step through all of their procedures with help from teams on the ground. So far, most of the action this morning has been taking place in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. There are 2 portions, and in this equipment lock side is where crew members don their suits or put them on. They also conduct the pre-breathe procedures and, of course, as you see now, attach the safer. Once the safer is attached on both crew members, they will move into the crew lock portion. That's the outermost part of the Quest airlock. That's where we'll do final communication and suit systems checks with the ground, and then the spacewalkers will change their suits to internal battery power and start the timer for the spacewalk. Earlier this morning, O'Hara and Moghbeli were conducting the pre-breathing exercise. This consists of 2 phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. In the second phase, the crew gets in their spacesuits and conducts something called the in-suit light exercise. That's also known as IL. This is where they move their arms and legs very slightly just to raise their metabolic rate and speed up getting rid of that excess nitrogen. These 2 crew members have been preparing for this spacewalk since prior to their flight to the International Space Station.
Estamos aí, então,
O'Hara and
ao vivo
Moghbeli
aí
were
dentro
able to practice
a
this
bordo aí da
spacewalk in the
Estação
neutral
Espacial
buoyancy
Internacional,
laboratory
acompanhando aí
here
os
in
preparativos
Houston, Texas.
para o início então da caminhada espacial, né, de hoje,
The neutral
de
buoyancy
número
laboratory is
89 pelo lado americano, aí, que será
40 million
conduzida
gallon
pelas
pool,
astronautas
allowing
da
crew
NASA,
members to put on suits, get
Jasmin
into the water,
Moghbeli
and become
e
neutrally
Loral
buoyant where they
O'Hara.
can practice different spacewalk tasks on
Neste
a
momento, as duas
non-Earth-bound space
astronautas
station.
então fazem os ajustes aí nos trajes. O início da caminhada espacial, o início então,
Since
da
arriving
caminhada
to the
espacial está
International Space
programado
Station,
então
they've
para
also been
acontecer
able to
dentro de
review
uma
their
hora
procedures, talk with
e
teams on
18
the ground,
minutos
and they've needed
e
to
terá
verify their
duração
seats
de
in space
aproximadamente
in
aí
case there's
6
been any
horas
spinal
e 30
elongation or
minutos.
fluid shifting that's occurred since they've arrived.
E para essa transmissão, né, não tem chat ativado, tá? Então peço para vocês aí continuar seguindo nas redes sociais, no Instagram, no Twitter, X, né? Twitter/X. E também aqui no nosso canal no YouTube. Eu já tento trazer então para vocês tudo que acontece aí na Estação Espacial Internacional e também dos lançamentos e, lógico, aí também, claro, conteúdo de matemática e de programação em Python. Horário de Brasília, 7 horas e 48 minutos. Já entramos então aí já no mês de novembro, né? Mês de novembro já vem chegando com tudo também, né? Já temos aí programado para o dia 5 de novembro, domingo, a missão de carga CRS 29. Será então na noite de domingo. E amanhã, dia 2, teremos então a cobertura da Galaxy 05, né? Os updates então será feitos lá no Twitter, né? Os updates do, do voo, né? Da Galaxy 05, da Virgin Galactic. E depois, assim que terminar tudo, né? Eu vou pular, aí eu boto o resumo aqui no canal para vocês. Estamos aí então acompanhando os preparativos finais aí da colocação então dos equipamentos no traje espacial.
Teams in Mission Control Houston are conducting their handover from the Orbit 1 shift to the Orbit 2, who will lead the spacewalkers through today's procedures. The International Space Station itself is currently flying 265 statute miles over Australia. It's entering an orbital nighttime, and once our crew members get outside today, you'll see a handful of sunrises and sunsets as the space station sees 16 each day. Furukawa and Mogensen are moving Jasmin Moghbeli into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock and
Agora a Jasmin
portion.
Moghbeli e
Safer donning is complete.
Furukawa então está conduzindo a Jasmin até o módulo Quest, que é o módulo de ar Quest, onde então aí, né, elas poderão depois ir para o lado de fora, né, da estação. Um astronauta da NASA, a Jasmin, né, já está ali no módulo Quest, que é o módulo de ar que serve então para fazer a saída, né, para o lado externo. A Estação Espacial Internacional já se encontra lá no módulo Quest. Então a Jasmin, ela está com o traje espacial então com a fita de cor vermelha. É só para identificação. A Jasmin, ela está com traje espacial com fita de cor vermelha. E agora estamos vendo aí também a condução da Loral O'Hara até o módulo Quest. Eles vão se preparar então aí para fazer aí a saída, né? Para o lado externo da estação. Mas antes a Loral então vai fazer também colocar aquela parte de baixo, né, no traje, como aconteceu com a Jasmin.
It's now Loral O'Hara's turn to be assisted with her SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. Again, Moghbeli has already moved into the crew lock portion, and we were tracking the spacewalk to start at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. That may occur a little bit earlier now, as the crew continues to step through their procedures expeditiously.
Então foi alterado o horário do início da caminhada espacial, então será começar às 8:30 da manhã. Então, a partir das 8:30 da manhã, então teremos o início da caminhada espacial. Então, dentro de 30 minutos.
Moghbeli and O'Hara will exit the Quest airlock to remove an electronics box called the radio frequency group from a communications antenna on the station. This radio frequency group, or RFG as you might hear it called, is from a unit installed in 2021. And it was previously swapped out, the entire unit, by Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barrett.
Lembrando que hoje é a primeira caminhada delas, da Jasmin e da Loral.
Part of the degraded unit on the truss, and earlier this year, Steve Bowen and Sultan Onayati got part of the unit removed, but not this radio frequency group. They ran into some trouble, so teams here on
Pelo horário de Brasília, então são 7h57.
This portion of hardware.
Estamos então acompanhando os ajustes finais aí dos trajes, né, para o início da caminhada espacial. Então já peço aí para vocês deixarem o like na transmissão
Additionally, these astronauts will work to remove an H fixture.
e de se
This
inscrever
is
no
to
canal
help
e no
install a
YouTube.
new International Space Station rollout solar
E
array
claro,
known
também
as an
seguir nas redes
IROSA. In the
sociais.
future, we have installed a handful of these over the last several years.
Então, lembrando
These
mais uma
fixtures
vez o que
were
elas
not
vão
initially
realizar hoje
designed to be removed
na
during
Estação Espacial Internacional são os seguintes trabalhos, né? Então, a Laura e Jasmin irão sair então da câmara de Quest, né, que estamos vendo aí neste momento, né, da Estação Espacial Internacional. Então, elas vão fazer a remoção de uma caixa eletrônica chamada Grupo de Radiofrequência de uma antena de comunicações na estação, e também elas vão substituir dos 12 conjuntos de rolamento trundle em uma junta rotativa alfa solar. Então, esses rolamentos permitem que os painéis solares da estação girem adequadamente para rastrear o Sol enquanto a estação orbita a Terra. E aí elas vão fazer também toda a parte de documentação em fotografia e vídeo, né? Para mandar a Houston. E esta caminhada então terá a duração de aproximadamente 6 horas e 30 minutos. Estamos então aí acompanhando os ajustes finais aí dos trajes da Loral. Lembrando que a Jasmin então chegou aí na Estação Espacial Internacional pelo módulo pela Soyuz. Acompanhamos aqui. E a Jasmin chegou aí a Laurel chegou então pela Dragon da Crew 7.
As suit prep continues for today's spacewalk, let's learn a little bit more about the suits themselves. These are known as EMUs, or extravehicular mobility units. They're essentially an individual human-sized spacecraft. They each contain their own portable life support system. There are a lot of options when it comes to these suit sizes. Each space station suit has 3 sizes of upper torso, 8 sizes of adjustable elbows, over 65 sizes of gloves, 2 sizes of adjustable waists, 5 of adjustable knees, and a lot of padding options for almost every
Só
part of the
corrigindo
body,
aqui, né? A
as
Laurel é que
desired.
chegou pela Soyuz MS-24 e a Jasmin
When working with a suit
pela
sizing
Crew
engineer on the
7, tá?
ground, they take over 80
Só
different
fazendo
body
então a
measurements
correção aí.
that are plugged in to determine a start size for each modular component of the extravehicular mobility unit.
Então, corrigindo aí, a Loral O'Hara, então aí chegou pela Soyuz MS-24, tá? E a Jasmin pela Crew 7. Fazendo aí essa correção.
These extravehicular mobility units, or the spacesuits that you see today, have 6 layers and provide atmospheric containment, thermal insulation, cooling, solar radiation protection, and micrometeoroid or orbital debris protection.
Então a Laurel, né, como vocês podem ver aí, né, ela está então utilizando o traje branco sem tarja e a Jasmin com a tarja vermelha.
There are other times when they are in complete darkness, so these cooling and thermal units in the suit help regulate their temperature as their environment fluctuates from one extreme to another.
Então as duas já vão se preparando então para fazer a saída. Elas já estão aí se dirigindo. A Jasmine então já está na câmara de ar Quest e a Laurel então está aí fazendo a entrada na câmara Quest.
Mogensen are conducting some final checks after attaching the safer to Loral O'Hara's suit. They will start moving her into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once we get closer to
Estamos aí acompanhando então o início dos procedimentos aí para a caminhada espacial de número 89 na Estação Espacial Internacional. Só lembrando, né, que a Loral O'Hara, né, que estamos vendo aí, ela chegou então na Estação Espacial Internacional pela missão Soyuz MS-24 e a Jasmine pela Crew 7. E hoje, então, é a primeira caminhada delas na Estação Espacial Internacional. Começará, então, dentro de instantes. 8h05 pelo horário de Brasília. Então, as duas já se encontram ali na câmara de ar Quest, onde elas vão fazer aí a sua saída para o lado externo. Se tudo correr bem, né? Se sair agora às 8h30 da manhã, no horário de Brasília, então elas deverão ficar até por volta das 14h30 da tarde. E aí estamos em Houston, no centro de controle da Estação Espacial Internacional.
Capcom of sorts known as the ground dive, who will be relaying procedures to O'Hara and Moghbeli throughout their spacewalk. So serving as today's ground dive is an accomplished spacewalker herself, NASA astronaut Anne McClain. Looks like she stepped off console just before we get into the procedures where the crew will begin the depressurization of the Quest airlock. The lead spacewalk officer today is Sandy Fletcher. And today's spacewalk task is Miranda Nelson. Again, this is the Orbit 2 team in Mission Control Houston. This room is monitored 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Estamos aí ao vivo de novo então com as imagens da Estação Espacial Internacional. Já podemos então observar as duas astronautas da NASA aí Já dentro então da câmara de ar Quest. Dentro de mais alguns instantes, né, ela será fechada e dará o início então à despressurização para que elas possam então fazer a saída.
Station on one from airlock. Go ahead, Andy. We're in step 69. We're ready to close the hatch. Go into the crew lock.
Então, nesse momento, eles estão prontos aí para o fechamento da escotilha da câmara de ar Quest. E vamos ver então este procedimento aí do fechamento da escotilha da câmara de ar Quest. Menos de 20 minutos, então, para o início da caminhada, né, do horário programado para 8 horas e 30 minutos. Horário de Brasília, 8 horas e 10 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando ao vivo aí os procedimentos aí para o início da caminhada espacial.
They've just received the go to close the hatch between the crew and equipment lock. They'll then start the depressurization process of the crew lock side, bringing it down to a vacuum so that the astronauts can open the hatch and start their spacewalk. U.S. spacewalks officially begin when the spacewalkers switch their suits to internal battery power.
Lembrando que no domingo, então, mais uma vez, iremos ter aí a transmissão, dia 5 de novembro, aí para a missão CRS-29 para Dragon, missão de carga em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional.
What you see here are 4 of the 7 crew members currently living aboard the International Space Station. Also aboard are Sergei Prokopiev.
Então, nesse momento, aí temos aí a tripulação que está a bordo da Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Os 7 membros aí a bordo. 3 aí da Soyuz, né? E o 4 da Dragon. Então aí a caminhada espacial então será conduzida hoje pela Jasmin e pela Loral O'Hara. É a primeira caminhada espacial delas. Então, nesse momento ainda eles estão fazendo os ajustes ainda finais aí.
As I was mentioning, there are 7 people currently living aboard the International Space Station, 3 who arrived on Soyuz
Para o
Transport
fechamento da
4, 1
escotilha.
being Loral O'Hara on today's spacewalk, as well as Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, who are beginning a 1-year mission on the International Space Station. Additionally, the crew who arrived on Crew 7 includes Jasmin Moghbeli, who is also today's EV-1 lead spacewalker, Andreas Mogensen and of ESA and JAXA's Satoshi Furukawa, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Along with Moghbeli, and O'Hara in the airlock are some of the tools and spare parts they'll be using throughout the day. Looks like ESA's Andy Mogensen is now
Então, nesse
closing the
momento,
hatch,
estamos aí
turning the key,
acompanhando
and equipment
o
will finish
fechamento
up
aí
the last airlock.
da escotilha, então da câmara de ar Quest, às 8 horas e 18 minutos, no horário de Brasília. Então tá aí o fechamento completado, às 8 horas e 18 minutos, no horário de Brasília. Então, o fechamento da escotilha aí da câmara de ar Quest na Estação Espacial Internacional, onde as astronautas da NASA, a Loral O'Hara e Jasmin Moghbeli, estão aí dentro desta câmara, onde vai fazer então agora o início do procedimento aí da despressurização, para que elas possam sair para iniciar então aí a caminhada espacial número 89 pelo lado americano. Lembrando que então, o tempo de duração desta caminhada terá em torno aí de 6 horas e 30 minutos.
Now that the hatch is closed, the crew will start stepping through their depressurization procedures. They'll be bringing the airlock pressure down to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch, as close to vacuum as possible in preparation for opening the hatch and exposing themselves to the vacuum of space.
Houston Station on 1 from airlock.
Go ahead, Andy.
Step 76 and 77 are complete.
Então, nesse momento, 8 horas e 20 minutos, está iniciando o procedimento da despressurização da câmara Quest.
Copy, Andy. 78 has been complete by ground, 79 in work by ground.
Copy.
EV crew, Houston, good morning, Jaws and Laurel. Just a heads up, we're working on getting you a hot mic. We're not quite there yet, though.
Once the crew members are hot mic'd, we'll hear a lot more chatter between them and teams here on the ground, specifically Ground IV, NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who will be relaying the procedures from the ground to the crew members and working with them on any troubleshooting.
No.
EV crew, Houston, you are now hot mic.
So thanks for configuring it. Copy, hot mic. I guess we should say good morning. Yeah.
Então já podemos escutar as duas astronautas, né? A Jasmin e a Laurel.
Go ahead, Andy.
IC-81 is already done.
Copy, step 81 complete. And Andy,
As we prepare to get started with today's spacewalk, we are in a satellite handover. These are tracked as our tracking data and relay satellite systems transition from one to the next.
The LED is on.
As you can hear, we do still have audio communication with the crew.
Andy, we are with you on one. We're having a hard time hearing you though.
Copy, alpha. Clearly, we are just waiting for your go in step 84.
All right, Andy, we can give you a go for step 84, crew lock, depress cue card.
Copy, we are moving on to the crew lock depress cue card.
Estamos aí acompanhando então a parte da despressurização da câmara Quest.
Now with the hatch closed, the flight control team here in Mission Control Houston has given crew members Andy Mogensen and Satoshi Furukawa the opportunity to begin depressurization of the crew lock portion, where O'Hara and Moghbeli are inside and preparing for the spacewalk.
Oito horas e 25 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos aí então acompanhando o início do procedimento da caminhada espacial número 89 pelo lado americano na Estação Espacial Internacional, que será conduzida então pelas astronautas da NASA, a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. É a primeira caminhada delas. E aí, então elas estão dentro já desta câmara de ar Quest, localizada então na Estação Espacial Internacional, onde estão fazendo então a despressurização aí desta câmara, para que elas possam então iniciar a caminhada espacial.
If it's more than 5.5, stop depress by closing the pump manual isolation valve.
Copy.
And depressurization of the crew lock has begun. The atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth is about 14.7 psi.
At 6.0, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy.
And Laurel, when we get to 5 psi, then you can switch the depress pump man ISO valve to closed.
Copy.
That pressure now falling.
8, and I see airlock C at 12.6. Copy, I'm showing airlock C at 12.5, and my suit gauge is right at 4.
Pressure in the crew lock portion now about 12 pounds per square inch. Again, the space station is kept with what we're used to on Earth, about 14.7 psi. Meanwhile, the suit pressure is about 4.3 pounds per square inch. That low pressure in the spacesuit allows a lot more flexibility, which is critical when flexing these gloves for about a 6.5-hour spacewalk. That 4.3 psi is close to what you'd experience if you were at about 30,000 feet elevation.
12. Copy. It's stable right at 5. Same. On airlock T 10.5. I see the same. And don't forget to drink a little out of your Didby while depressing. I am. I just wanted to say Didby.
Because we have limited resources on board when it comes to nitrogen and oxygen, this excess nitrogen and oxygen that's inside the crew lock portion is pumped into the rest of the space station rather than being vented overboard. Once the crew comes back from their spacewalk today, it will be repressurized with that nitrogen and oxygen that's inside the main space station area.
8 horas e 29 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos ainda acompanhando o procedimento então da despressurização da câmara Quest, para que possa então dar início aí à caminhada espacial de número 89 pelo lado
The crew
americano.
lock is now under 10 pounds per square inch of pressure, approaching 9.
E assim que elas saírem, então, dado início à caminhada espacial, então eu vou atualizar o tempo aqui da caminhada para vocês.
Once we get down to 5 pounds per square inch in the airlock, we will pause for a systems check and then resume depressurization to about to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch.
Go ahead.
Am I taking, will I take the depressed pump and I said that to close on your call or when I see current on my GPS?
When you see 5, you can take it to
Okay,
closed.
copy. All right, now Laurel, 7.1, got 7.2.
Yeah, and you'll get an alert tone at 6.
Copy, copy. For O2 position IV. Say that O2 position ID. Yep. Same.
Depressurization continues in the crew lock. Now under 7 pounds per square inch.
A despressurização ainda contínua, ainda com, faz aí contínua na câmara Quest. Estamos já quase terminando a despressurização. Estamos então aí acompanhando o início dos procedimentos aí para a saída das astronautas da NASA, a Jasmin e a Loral O'Hara. Elas estão aí alocadas na câmara de ar Quest, onde então elas farão a saída para o lado externo então, da Estação Espacial Internacional. Nesse momento, então, está sendo terminado aí quase a fase então, da despressurização da câmara Quest.
Showing 5.5. Showing 5.4. Copy. It's 5.1. Copy. Decimal 0. Okay, press pump man ISO valve is closed. Copy.
Então, nesse momento, foi concluída aí a despressurização aí da câmara Quest. E perdemos contato de vídeo aí com a estação. Tivemos então a perda de temporária aí com contato em vídeo aí dentro da Estação Espacial Internacional, mas já foi concluída então aí a despressurização da câmara Quest. Quem está chegando agora, voltamos aí com as imagens. Então, para quem está chegando agora na transmissão, estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 89 na Estação Espacial Internacional pela expedição número 70. A caminhada espacial internacional será conduzida então pelas astronautas da NASA, a Loral O'Hara e Jasmin Moghbeli. Elas estão ali dentro daquela câmara de ar Quest. Vocês podem ver ali ao fundo, onde neste momento já foi concluída a parte então da despressurização da câmara. E elas então estão se preparando aí para fazer a abertura da escotilha pelo lado externo.
As you heard, the crew lock depressurization continues.
Ainda continua, ainda faz a continuidade ainda da despressurização, na
So
verdade.
depressurization holds at about 5 pounds per square inch. Again, we heard 2 good suit leak checks.
Então, na verdade, ainda continua a despressurização, acabei de confirmamos aí.
Shortly, we'll hear the depressurization resume, again, bringing it as close to a vacuum as possible.
Então, ainda se faz a continuação então da despressurização. Aí vamos ajustar então o nosso cronômetro. Mais uma vez, né, ajustando então nosso contador regressivo aí.
Okay, O2 actuator EVA for EV1.
Copy. O2 actuator EV.
Estamos então aguardando aí a confirmação da despressurização.
Loral, you can take the depressed pump man ISO valve to open and you'll expect an alert tone.
Horário de Brasília, então 8 horas e 40 minutos.
Pump man ISO valve is open.
Copy. I will open the emergency MPEV out here and then monitor your suit P gauge is less than 5.5. If it's more than 5.5, we'll stop depress by closing the man ISO valve and let me know as well so I can close the emergency MPEV.
Copy.
Depressurization has resumed, now falling below that 5 pounds per square inch
And Laurel,
mark.
when the crew lock is at 2 psi, then you can close the depressed pump man ISO valve.
Copy.
Pelo horário de Brasília, 8 horas e 40 minutos. Está quase virando para 41. Para quem está chegando agora, estamos ao vivo então na Estação Espacial Internacional, aí com as imagens da NASA, em conjunto com a NASA, acompanhando então ao vivo a Caminhada Espacial Internacional de número 89. Da expedição de número 70 na Estação Espacial Internacional, que será conduzida então pelas astronautas da NASA, Loral O'Hara e Jasmin Moghbeli. Lembrando que na descrição aqui da transmissão, então terá aí o trabalho, né, que elas irão realizar hoje, né? Então a caminhada espacial aí tem previsão para ser concluída em torno aí de 6 horas e 30 minutos. E lembrando que no dia 5 de novembro, né, do domingo, iremos ter aí a transmissão da missão de carga CRS-29 com a Dragon SpaceX, que vai em direção aí à Estação Espacial Internacional na parte da noite.
The crew lock is now under 3 pounds per square inch. Again, bringing that down to a vacuum. Everything continues to go smoothly this morning for NASA astronauts Loral O'Hara.
Estamos aí quase concluindo aí a parte da despressurização. Estamos aguardando então a confirmação da conclusão da despressurização da câmara Quest.
Two point four. Oops, I see 2.3.
Lembrando que aqui no canal vocês acompanham também a caminhada espacial, tanto pelo lado russo quanto pelo lado americano. Estamos ainda então nos procedimentos, ainda fase então da despressurização da câmara de ar Quest.
Airlock P 2.0. Copy. Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy, Loral. Depress pump man ISO valve is closed. Now you can switch depress pump power to off, OFF.
Pump power is off.
Copy. Now you can report your initial tether configuration to ground IV.
Okay, Laurel, I can get your waist tether. Let's see, which one is it? That's the extra. Okay, this one. Okay, I've got it. J-close hook lock, black on the airlock D-ring extender. Okay, and I've got a small hook on my right waist, on my right D-ring extender, gate close, lock, black on black. I have my safety tether hook, gate closed, locked, black on black, going to my red reel. Copy. And I want it up here. Red reel is unlocked. The large hook of my red reel is going to my green reel. It closed, locked, black on black. Okay. The small hook of the green reel is on the red reel. It closed, locked, black on black. Okay, and I can get it from there. If I see your anchor hook, it closed, hook lock, black on black. My waist tether, it closed, hook lock, black on black. That waist tether goes to my right D-ring extender, and that is gate close, hook lock, black on black. Okay, and from my left side, let me get my safety tether. Okay, so my red hook is on my left D-ring extender. 8 close hook lock, black on black. My red reel is unlocked. The green hook is attached. It is unlocked as well. My yellow hook is going to my green reel.
Nesse momento, as astronautas lá estão fazendo aí
The green reel is unlocked.
os ajustes então nos equipamentos lá dos trajes.
And that should be it. You can also call my waist tether if you'd like. On the left side, goes to my left D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock, black on black. And
Estamos então aguardando o início de fato então da caminhada espacial.
Crew, Houston, good, tether config.
copy.
8h47, horário de Brasília.
Jaws and Laurel, just for awareness, we're now waiting for the kulak to depress completely. We'll let you know when the pressure is less than half a PSI.
Copy.
Então, nesse momento, temos a confirmação da conclusão da despressurização da câmara Quest.
Oh, I might need to come port a bit. Okay. Nader or Zenith? I can stay up here, I think. Yeah, now I have access to the latch. That should be good.
E nesse momento, temos o início da abertura da escotilha pelo lado externo.
As you heard, O'Hara and Moghbeli are stepping through some checks of their suits and tethers. Again, depressurization of the crew lock continues, now at about 1.4 psi, or pounds per square inch. Again, we want to bring that down to as close to a vacuum as possible in preparation for hatch opening. And this view of the two team members who helped them suit up today, closest to the camera is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. And down in the center of the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock is Commander ESA astronaut Andy Mogensen. Mogensen is also prime for maneuvering the Canadarm2 today, which Moghbeli will use later in the spacewalk. Pressurization in the crew lock continues to decrease, now about 1 pound per square inch. The rate is as planned. It gets a little bit slower as we get closer to vacuum.
Então parece que o início da caminhada espacial então está sendo programado aí para o horário foi programado para o horário de 9h05 da manhã, né? Então continua firme, então deve estar neste horário aí, então de 9h05 da manhã, o início da caminhada espacial. Então, acabei de reajustar então nosso cronômetro para as 9h05 da manhã, né? Então, menos de 11 minutos. Então, para o início oficial aí da caminhada espacial. Estamos aguardando, então, a comunicação, né? Da Houston. Então, oficialmente aí, dando início da caminhada espacial. Lembrando que ela tem duração em torno de 6 horas e 30 minutos. No dia de hoje, 1º de novembro de 2023, caminhada espacial, então, pela expedição 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional, caminhada espacial 89 pelo lado dos Estados Unidos.
Again, we're working to bring that down to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch ahead of opening the airlock. And a reminder, our spacewalkers today, EV1, the lead spacewalker, is NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli. She'll have red stripes around her spacesuit. And Loral O'Hara is EV2, who will have white stripes, or essentially...
Estou lembrando que a Loral O'Hara, então, está usando o traje espacial de cor branca. E a Laura e a Jasmin Moghbeli, traje espacial com a tarja cor vermelha. Então, elas estão aí dentro do módulo Quest, né, do câmara de ar Quest. E o trabalho que elas vão realizar, né, são o seguinte, né, para quem está chegando agora. Elas então vão remover uma caixa eletrônica chamada Grupo de Radiofrequência de uma antena de comunicações na estação. E elas também irão substituir um dos 12 conjuntos de rolamento trundle em uma junta rotativa solar. Então, esses rolamentos aí permitem a rotação aí dos painéis aí acompanhando o Sol, né? Enquanto a estação fica em órbita, né? Gira em órbita da Terra. A linha é clara, então, de fazer toda a parte aí de documentação e de fotografia e vídeo. Então já deixa o like aí na transmissão para quem está chegando aí e também se inscreva no canal. Já estamos aí então na marca de 723 inscritos. Já chegando aí próximo aos 730, né? Quero agradecer então a todos os inscritos até agora. E aos likes até o momento. Estamos aguardando então a saída das duas astronautas. Lembrando que a Loral O'Hara então chegou pela Soyuz. A missão 24 tripulada aí da Soyuz. E a Jasmin pela Crew 7. Elas fazem parte então aí do grupo da expedição de número 70. Então, a previsão do início para a caminhada espacial se mantém então para as 9h05 no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí com imagens ao vivo para vocês então da Estação Espacial Internacional. E lembrando que para esta transmissão não tem chat ativado.
Depressurization continues. We are now getting close to the mark of 0.5 pounds per square inch.
Estamos aguardando, então, o início oficial da caminhada espacial. Lembrando que você pode ajudar o canal também aí se inscrevendo, né? E também deixando o like ou ainda, né? Você pode fazer contribuição através do nosso QR Code aí pelo Pix. Já que ainda não temos Superchat, né, no canal. E também vocês podem ajudar o canal aí ajudando aí na melhoria do canal, né, através da nossa wishlist, né, da Amazon, que se encontra aí na descrição.
EV Crew Houston, just giving you a heads up on an expected message. In about a minute from now, you should see a suit E-high message. No action for you. You can pro through the message.
Copy. Copy.
Nove horas pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos ainda aguardando, então, o início oficial da caminhada espacial. Only for this other people in this watching this live stream. You're watching Spacewalk
Houston,
number
station
89.
or from airlock on
That
Spectrum 1,
is
we show on the PCS coolant pressure
okay.
less than 26
Code
millimeters of
is
mercury.
working only from Brazil.
Okay, Andy, we copy and concur.
And we are waiting for this start. This
Excellent.
officially
With those
spacewalk.
things, Jaws, you are go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy. In work.
Estamos então aí aguardando a abertura oficial aí da escotilha na câmara de ar quest. Então nesse momento a despressurização então foi oficialmente concluída.
They were anticipated to start this spacewalk around 7:05 a.m. Central Time.
Estamos então aguardando aí a abertura da escotilha desta câmara quest, que podemos ver aí no lado de fora daí da Estação Espacial. Estamos aí aguardando então a saída delas.
The airlock itself is close to the top right of this structure.
Estamos aí já com imagens externas da estação.
However, you will see the thermal cover open that protects the airlock hatch underneath. And as a reminder, U.S. spacewalks officially begin when the crew receives a go to transition their
E
suits
perdemos aí contato de vídeo.
Another tracking data and relay satellite system handover as we prepare to start today's spacewalk.
Estamos tentando reconectar aí com os satélites. A transmissão novamente aí com o vídeo. Nove horas e 3 minutos. Então, devemos seguir aí por volta até as 15 horas da tarde. Lembrando que esta caminhada tem duração aí de 6 minutos, 6 horas e 30 minutos. Estamos aí no centro de controle em Houston, da Estação Espacial Internacional. Voltamos aí então com as imagens da estação. Imagens então aí da câmara de ar Quest. Estamos aguardando então a saída da Jasmin e da O'Hara. Então nesse momento a escotilha já está aberta.
I wish you a good EVA, and I'll hand you all over to ground IV for post-depress.
Thanks, Andy. Copy, thanks, Andy. Be on the backside.
9 horas e 5 minutos.
EV1 has you loud and clear. Good morning. 2 has you loud and clear. Good morning, Ann.
Excellent. Let's get this thing going. On your DCM, you can switch your powers to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect the warning tone.
Okay, EV back. Your switch done. I'm good. Okay. 2.
Estamos aí aguardando a abertura da escotilha.
Okay, we copy and we copy that message, Laurel. You can switch your display to Pro to verify functional display.
P1 functional display. 82 functional display.
Copy, Laurel. On the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off OFF and check that all 4 LEDs are off OFF.
Estamos aí com as imagens externas, então aí da câmara de ar Quest. Aguardando então a saída delas.
All right, we copy. For both, you can disconnect your SCUs from your DCM, install your DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouches. When you install those in the pouches, please make sure they're securely in the pouches and that Velcro is closed. We don't want them flying out.
Copy. Copy.
Communications here on the ground has now been handed over to NASA astronaut Ann McClain to work with our spacewalkers. The spacewalk today beginning right on time at 7:05 a.m. Central.
And is it normal for mine
Então foi o início, então oficialmente foi 9:05 da manhã no horário de Brasília. Então estamos aí com o horário oficial da caminhada espacial já confirmada. Então o início às 9:05 da manhã.
Okay, for Jazz, your Vox is kind of coming in and out. Can you clarify that last call?
Então seguiremos aí até por volta das quase 16 horas da tarde no horário de Brasília. Aí com a caminhada espacial.
Okay, and we understand that that was from the SCU.
SCU is stowed in the pouch.
Lembrando que a Jasmin então está utilizando o traje espacial de tarja de cor vermelha e a Loral O'Hara com traje de cor branca.
They were from the SCU.
Okay, copy. For Laurel, check that the depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy. For both of you, take your temperature control valve to max hot, which is lowest numbers.
TV1, TV is max hot. TV2, TCV is max hot.
Copy. For both crew, you can switch your water to on, O-N.
TV1, water switch on. TV2, water switch on.
Copy for both. Check that your DCM is blank and your byte is off OFF.
TV1, blank and byte off. TV2, blank and byte off.
At this time, you can set your temperature control valves as desired, and please report to us the number that you are going to start with. And just a reminder that anytime you change it, please give us a call and let us know.
Copy. EV1, ECV set to 4. And EV2, TCV set to 4.
Copy. We have both suits at 4. Report your suit P gauge.
EV1, suit P gauge 4.2. EV2, suit P gauge 4.4.
Copy. We have good numbers, and stand by while I check the last 2 steps.
Copy. All right, doing one last check of my config.
You heard some comms from NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli.
The end of the depressed cue card. At this time, Jaz, you are go to open the thermal cover. You're going to release the hook from the D-ring and attach it to that tether point and cinch the strap until snug, verifying 6 lines visible.
Copy and work.
Moghbeli noticed some droplets coming from her service and cooling umbilical, known as the SCU. Again, the team here on the ground confirmed that was no issue. They've made it through the rest of their checklist.
3, 4, 5, 6 lines visible. Thermal covers coming
E aí, neste momento, estamos aí com a abertura, então, da câmara de ar. Da câmara de ar Quest, nesse momento, sendo aberta.
We copy the 6 lines visible, and you're about 13 minutes to a sunset, so you're coming out during day, which is probably painfully obvious to you.
E as astronautas, então, da NASA, a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara, então, neste momento, fazem a saída para o lado externo da Estação Espacial Internacional.
Yeah, you're only about 12 minutes from a sunset, so it is going to get a little dusky. For Laurel, as Jaws works the...
Lembrando que a Loral O'Hara, então, está utilizando o traje espacial, então, toda de cor branca. E a Jasmin, o traje espacial é cor branca, mas com a tarja vermelha. 9 horas e 13 minutos. Então, nesse momento, então, as duas astronautas da NASA estão aí já pelo lado externo da estação. É a primeira vez que elas estão fazendo a caminhada espacial.
NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli is the first out of the hatch this
Então, a
morning.
Jasmin Moghbeli é a primeira a sair, então, da câmara de ar Quest.
Again, she is EV1 today. You can tell because she's got red stripes around the legs of her spacesuit. Meanwhile, EV2 Loral O'Hara will have no stripes on her spacesuit.
Okay, Laurel, yours is attached to the forward D-ring. Gate close, hook lock, black on black.
Copy. So Jaws can give Laurel the go to release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender whenever you'd like, and we'll work on getting crew lock bag P out to Jaws and on your BRT.
Então, nesse momento, então, podemos ver a Loral O'Hara, então deixando aí, saindo também agora da câmara de ar Quest. Às 9h14 da manhã, no horário de Brasília.
Okay, if you can, the handle towards me. Okay, my BRT red is on there. Okay, bring it back in a little bit. Okay, the airlock red is off. Copy. And I'm putting that red on the airlock D-ring extender. Okay, that is on my BRT.
Okay, we copy, Jaws, that that's on your BRT.
And while you're working on that, I'm going to take and just getting it in good position. All right, and I'm going to take my waist tether hook and just clear a quick wrap on with my safety tether. Just taking it off, and I'm back on the airlock D-ring extender. Tethers are clear. Copy.
And Laurel, the next thing will be to pass the large ORU bag out to Jaws, and that large small will also be stowed on the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy. Okay, Bye, Laurel. Okay, your tether is clear of mine. Oh, sorry. Okay, Laurel, I have it. Okay. And, but I do not have a ret yet. Copy. Just a reminder, if you could not ret to the handrail, or ret to one of those D-rings if you can. Copy.
We are about 30 seconds from a handover, so we'll just work to get the ORU bag out, and then when ready, Laurel can egress.
Copy. Copy. Guys, if it's easier, you could use that large hook to put it back on your mini workstation.
Então, aí tivemos aí uma perda de comunicação em vídeo.
As expected, we are in another satellite handover. We expect to regain communications with the astronauts very shortly. The spacewalk began on time this morning.
Que é normal, né? A gente ter perda de comunicação ao longo da órbita da Terra.
NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli is outside the hatch.
Copy. Let me just clear this tag. Copy. Okay, I am clear of you, Laurel. All right. Q2 is egressing. You look good. Stopping to pick up my waist feather hook. Copy. Got that on my mini workstation. Copy. You look good. I can't see your left side as well, but your right side is clear. You keep hitting a little. I think there might be. I was on your the other. Oh, okay. Moment.
Coming up shortly, both crew members will turn on their helmet cameras. These will give us a view from their perspective throughout the day.
Me too, egress. Okay, and as you're coming out, I see your 3 tabs up and your left paper handle down. Copy. Put my waist tether on the handrail. Copy.
Pelo horário de Brasília, 9 horas e 20 minutos. Estamos aí então acompanhando a primeira caminhada espacial, né, das astronautas Jasmin Moghbeli e da Loral O'Hara. Nesse momento já estão oficialmente fora, do lado de fora então da Estação Espacial Internacional, né, mas a caminhada oficialmente começou às 9 horas e 5 minutos no horário de Brasília. Lembrando que esta caminhada, então, tem duração de 6 horas e 30 minutos. E nesse momento, então, elas estão fazendo acionando, então, a câmera que está acoplada, então, em seus capacetes. Lembrando que a Loral O'Hara, então, está utilizando o traje espacial branco, totalmente branco. E a Jasmin também está utilizando a traje espacial branco, mas com a tarja de cor vermelha. E lembrando que aqui no Brasil, né, nós somos o único canal aqui a transmitir para vocês na íntegra também as caminhadas espaciais, tanto pelo lado russo quanto pelo lado americano. Então por isso que eu peço para vocês deixarem o like na transmissão e também de seguir o nosso canal.
And Jaws, if you're not actively assisting, you can turn on your HECA.
Copy. HECA is on. I see a green LED.
Copy.
On it close to me.
Fazer um pequeno intervalo, já volto em instantes. Mas vocês ficam aí continuando acompanhando a transmissão.
now it's looking pretty good. Yeah, it's like right along your leg. I think that's really good. Okay. That's like that. I think that's about as good as you're going to get. It looks really good. Okay.
Yeah, we concur, and when we do translation adaptation, if you need to reposition it, we can definitely take the time to do that. So, Laurel, if you could turn on your HECA.
And I don't remember which safer handle I called for you before, Laurel, but now I see your right one. Oh, and let's get our lights on. Our lights are coming on. Yeah, I've got mine on. Okay. And I see 2 green LEDs for you. And, okay, so I already got the 3 tabs. Your right saber handle's down. Your left, yep, lights are good. And if you can rotate so I can see your left side. I can't quite see it. Copy. Yeah, it is. Can we give it a little bump just to make sure it's fully down? We're a little further off right there. Sit down. That's down. Yeah, I think so. Wait, again, if you can rotate a tiny bit, just y'all. Yeah, it's down. Okay.
All right, that's good. Buddy checks on Laurel, and we'll take Jaws.
Great. All right, I got 4 lights on. They're good green echo lights. Copy. Here. Got 1 tab up on your left side. Let me see your BRT tab. Like right in front of me. Okay, I see your BRT tab up. Safer handle on the left is down. Right side. And right side, I have 1 more tab up, so that's 3 tabs up. And the PGT is blocking your other safer handle right now. Okay. I mean, better or worse? Yeah. And I see that handle down. Okay. They're both the safer handles down. Okay, let's take a good look at our tools and tethers. Yeah. Get turn around here.
Good call. Yeah, we'll double check all those tools, tethers, and a good config and a baseline HAP for both.
Copy. Okay, my HAP is dry. HAP is dry. I see my safety tether, yours totally deconflicted from each other. Yep, I see my safety tethers with a good config. Okay. Look. This bag looks good. It looks good. It is flopping, but that's mine. I think we'll just have to tend to it quite a bit. Yeah. But the position looks good there. Okay. Okay, get tools and tethers.
Copy, and a baseline HAP for both of you.
V1, dry HAP. V2, dry HAP.
Copy. You go to close the thermal cover, and after the thermal cover is closed, the next step will be translation adaptation, and we can take our time as long as you need there.
Copy. Copy.
The crew members are closing the thermal cover. Again, this is not the airlock hatch that opens inside.
Copy. We see the thermal cover closed. At this time, if you'd like, we can perform translation adaptation in place, recommending, just like we do in the NBL, some rotation, pitch, yaws, and rolls, various hand grips, and attaching your local tether and releasing hands. So you can take your time with that and just let us know when you're ready to proceed. Probably the best way out you've ever had.
We heard some communications between O'Hara and Moghbeli as they were checking each other, their tethers, their tools, making sure their helmet cameras were on, which we'll start getting views of shortly. Additionally, they performed a HAP check, that stands for Helmet Absorption Pad, just to make sure there's no excess fluid in the suit. You'll hear that periodically throughout the day, as well as a glove check to make sure that their gloves are in good condition as they maneuver around the space
Pelo
station.
horário de Brasília, 9 horas
Again, this is the
e
first spacewalk
29
for
minutos.
Moghbeli and O'Hara, so they are performing
Nós
some
estamos aí acompanhando a
transition
primeira
of
caminhada
adaptation,
espacial
getting
da
used to
Jasmin
this zero-G
Moghbeli
environment
e
where they're
Loral
outside the space
O'Hara.
station.
Elas fazem então parte do grupo da expedição de número 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional. 9 horas e 30 minutos. A caminhada espacial então teve início oficialmente às 9 horas e 5 minutos pelo horário de Brasília.
And the crew members also turned on the helmet lights that way they can more easily see as they maneuver outside the space station.
Então, para quem ainda não sabe, né, o que elas vão realizar hoje, né? Então, a Loral O'Hara e a Jasmin Moghbeli, então eles vão realizar aí o trabalho para remoção, né, de uma caixa chamada então Grupo de Radiofrequência de uma antena de comunicação que faz parte aí da Estação Espacial Internacional, e também elas vão substituir um dos 12 conjuntos de rolamento trundle em uma junta rotativa alfa solar. Então esses rolamentos ele permite então que os painéis solares então fazer acompanhamento da luz solar aí enquanto a estação faz então sua viagem em torno da órbita da Terra. E essa caminhada espacial então tem duração aí prevista para 6 horas e 30 minutos. E mais uma vez lembrando que no domingo, 5 de novembro, nós teremos então transmissão para a missão de carga CRS 29. Lembrando que a Jasmin Moghbeli então está utilizando o traje espacial com a tarja de cor vermelha, e a Loral O'Hara traje espacial totalmente de cor branca. Lembrando que aqui no nosso canal é o único canal aqui do Brasil que faz também a transmissão da caminhada espacial, tanto pelo lado russo quanto pelo lado americano.
And Jaws, you're heading to that starboard airlock toolbox and opening up the zenith door.
Copy, I'm on the starboard one and zenith door in work.
And Laurel, as you head out to the Green Hook location, mile marker 9180 is what you're looking for below the FHRC, and reminder not to fair lead before you get there.
Copy. Okay, I'm up on the feeder rail. Copy, Laurel. Okay, and that door is open.
Copy. You can attach an AET to the bolt puller and then you'll be releasing those locking tabs to retrieve it.
Copy. And I see my safety tether is hung up on some MLI. That is just part of the seat for it looks like. Copy, Laurel. Let me know if you need any help. I am showing you full.
Nós já estamos entrando aí na nossa primeira meia hora da caminhada espacial.
And we copy that, Laurel.
Well, it's down. Okay. It's kind of down towards the bottom. I didn't translate past that, so let's see if I can go back and clear that. We're just translating backwards.
Okay, we copy, Laurel. And for Jazz, we see you got the toolbox door closed, and we're going to be stowing that bolt puller on the toolbox as you are doing.
It's stowed.
And then you'll be following Laurel.
And I've released my wrench from it. Okay, copy. In work. Okay, I see my tether clear. I'm heading back outboard. Bag is streaming behind me. I feel better.
And Josh, can you give us a confirmation that the door latch is closed?
Both door latches are closed.
Thank you much. And for both of you, in nighttime, just a reminder that your helmet lights have the three settings: off, spotlight, and floodlight. So if you're not getting the light that you want, you can twist those helmet lights or try hitting the button to get a different amount of light.
Copy. Copy.
E aí, portanto, completamos a nossa primeira meia hora de caminhada.
Okay, I see Laurel's tether. Okay. Trying to come up. Okay, I'm clear of your tether. I'm coming up the Cetus spur. Okay, I can see my tether too. Copy. I'm under the MT on the other side. Copy rail, headed outboard. I'm coming up on the starboard cedar rail here in a moment.
Então, lembrando que logo mais, depois da transmissão, né, teremos aí o vídeo dos melhores momentos com a caminhada de hoje.
I say easier than BL. Nice. Yeah. Good news. Yeah. Problem.
Loral O'Hara and Jasmin Moghbeli have begun their translation out to their first work sites of the day. They will be split up on these first tasks. Moghbeli is heading out to work on the H fixture.
I'm at mile marker 8760. TVA bag is just off to my left. Copy. I'm coming up on the port CETA cart.
As Moghbeli works on the 2AH fixture, O'Hara will be working on the trundle bearing assembly removal and replacement.
I'm at the FHRC. Copy.
All right, Laurel.
And that's this is where we're dropping our green hooks.
That's right. The handrail that your right hand is on is 3652. That's Jaws. Hook location, and 3651 is just to your right. It's the Nader Zenith one that you have in your right hand, and you can put your green hook there.
Okay, I'm past the port Cedar cart. Copy. Okay, I have my end effector on.
Horas e 40 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos então acompanhando o primeiro trabalho aí de hoje, né, das astronautas Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Aí então na Estação Espacial Internacional pelo lado externo, né, primeira caminhada delas. Estamos aí então ao vivo em conjunto com a NASA. Lembrando que no dia 5 de novembro nós vamos acompanhar o lançamento do Falcon 9 com a Dragon, com a missão de carga CRS-29. Lembrando que o nosso canal é o único aí a transmitir para vocês ao vivo também as caminhadas espaciais, tanto pelo lado americano quanto pelo lado russo.
Whenever you're ready, you can continue translation outboard to the port Sarge.
Am I on it again? My foot? Your right foot is touching it. But you're otherwise clear. Okay, copy.
Para não perder nenhuma transmissão no canal, né? Siga a gente nas redes sociais, tanto no Twitter/X, quanto no Instagram. Onde lá então eu publico todas as novidades da programação e também no nosso blog, né? Nós temos o blog no canal, é o iptvoficial.blogspot.com.
And for Laurel, as you translate outboard, make sure your gauntlets are in place. That phase one handrail that you're on is going to end at about mile marker 10,320, and that kind of leads you right into your work site.
Ontem também, né, nós tivemos o lançamento de número 50 lá da China. Tem aí o short, né, no canal. Você pode aí ver como foi o lançamento do Long Mark 6A.
I'm at 10,350.
All right, we see you at the work site, Laurel.
My gauntlets are in place.
Copy. Your first task is going to be to stow that large ORU bag. As you remember, we kind of recommend cover one. So just to orient you, right in front of you is cover 2 with TBA 7. That's the one you'll be accessing. You've got that 2.5-foot reach that you asked about over to your right side, to the outboard side, and that's where you'll find the short handrail 3864, the long handrail 3865. So you can get oriented, recommended feet outboard, but if you see something else that you prefer, let us know. And you can get that large ORU bag stowed on top of cover 1. There is the tether point on cover 1, and we recommend the zenith side of 3865.
Copy.
Loral O'Hara has arrived at her work site and has been given the green light to retrieve an ORU bag, that stands for Orbital Replacement Unit, She'll be working on the port side of the station on a trundle bearing assembly. Again, this is one of 13 trundle bearing assemblies for each solar array rotary joint, and they help facilitate the rotation of the solar arrays.
E agora estamos aí com as imagens da câmera da Jasmin. Estamos então acompanhando aí agora então com as imagens da câmera da Jasmin.
Okay, my green hook is on hand roll 3652.
Okay, we copy a green handle on 3652. So you're also going to be heading outboard. You're going to head zenith when you get to mile marker 9540. That'll be the stanchion on face 1 with a label of 16 on it, and you'll head up to the zenith side.
Copy. I'm just going to make sure I'm...
Então, para que o canal possa continuar aí crescendo, né? Peço que vocês aí se inscrevam no canal, deixem um like também na transmissão e compartilhem. E aí os nossos vídeos.
Yeah, just letting you know that FHRC that you're at where you dropped your green hooks is one of the get-ahead sites. Should we come back to it?
Estamos aí acompanhando Agora temos imagens também da câmera da Loral O'Hara, do seu lado direito da tela. Lembrando que as duas astronautas, então, estão aí realizando a primeira caminhada espacial das duas, né? Da Jasmin e da Loral. Então aí estamos aí vendo o que elas estão lendo, né, no capacete. A câmera aí no capacete delas.
I've got one of the large small adjustables down on the stanchion of 3865, or on 3865.
Okay, we copy.
And I've got my beer.
Yep, and just you need to position that bag so that the opening is towards you on cover 2.
Nós tivemos perda momentânea aí com a comunicação de vídeo com a Loral. Estamos aí com a câmera então da Jasmin.
And if you want to take a look up, you'll see CP8. You will be back to this spot.
I will. I see it.
Então quem aí estiver passando, né, pelo vídeo, pela transmissão, peço que, se possível, aí, deixa o like aí na transmissão, né? Só um likezinho ajudar.
Okay, copy. Yep, that looks good. Yeah, and all the covers have those tether points in the same location, so basically zenith and inboard. And Jaws, as you're putting your adjustable tether fairly down, reminder that when we come back, we're going to be temp stowing the crew lock bag, either on the handrail that you're on, or the one to your right, which is 3802, or the one right above you, so you can kind of recon that area.
Copy. I've got the bag tied down in 2 places.
All right, copy, Laurel. So you're going to open that large ORU bag whenever you're in a good position. and position the TBA bag bundle near the opening. And at any point for some stability, if you put your feet outboard, we think that 3865 or 3864 are good BRT locations.
Copy. That is my plan.
And Laurel, as you scout out your best body position, just a reminder, you want to be able to reach back and forth into the bag, and you want to verify reach to all 6 of the bolts on that cover, and you'll want access to your small trash bag as well.
As both crew members get set up at their work sites, we heard a call from ground IV Ann McLean, also a NASA astronaut, up to NASA's Loral O'Hara, who is at her work site where she will be removing a trundle bearing assembly.
Podemos ver aí pelo lado esquerdo da tela a Loral O'Hara e no canto direito aqui da tela a Jasmin.
All right, copy. You are go to translate, continue translation outboard, checking that your gauntlets are in place, and you're going to cross over the Sarge just zenith of Laurel.
Copy. Gonna get my BRT back to a good config first.
Então aí estamos fazendo o trabalho aí a Laurel, né, de remoção então da caixa, né, ali da antena.
Okay, my gauntlets are down, continuing outboard.
Copy, your gauntlets are down. When you head outboard, just before you cross the Sarge, you're going to see handrail 3866. That's how you know you're crossing at the right spot. And then when you get out to the P4, the radiator is pointed forward, and you're going to be above that. And you're going to look for the handrail path that starts at width 3 and width 7. So you're going to cross from 3866 handrail over toward width 3 and width 7.
3866 over width 3 to width 7.
Good read back.
And Laurel, I see you. Copy. So I started to get set up, but my safety tether is definitely pulling me back.
Estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 89 da expedição 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional, aí com as astronautas da NASA Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. É a primeira caminhada espacial que as duas estão realizando neste momento. Estamos aí agora com a visão de capacete então da Loral O'Hara.
I think it will. You just swapping around.
E ela está utilizando aí o traje espacial de cor toda branca. E a Jasmin Moghbeli, traje espacial de todo branco com a tarja cor vermelha.
Wherever you think you can get it, so you can access it.
Okay, copy. Okay, and I'm at 5138. I'll put a poor man's in here.
Copy, 5138 for the poor man's, and as you know, you'll move nadir after that. And as you headed out, you passed by the P44A IEA, which is also one of the potential get-ahead sites.
Copy. For this, I'm just going to hook. Got one end of the adjustable on handrail 3864, and I'm going to put the other on the safety tether rail.
Okay, we copy, Laurel.
Let go. All right. Okay, I have a fair lead on 5138.
Copy your fair lead. You're going to move nadir, looking for 5208.
Copy.
And 5208 might be a good spot to change your body orientation to be looking toward the mass canister, and then we'll be translating onto the mass canister.
5208. Okay, copy. That fairly helps a lot.
Copy, good news, Laurel. Yeah, we were wondering how much that was going to pull.
Yeah, it's kind of pulled me into the large strut for the sphere.
And as you get set up, this is where it's your choice. If you'd like to relocate your PGT ret from your swing arm toward the large ORU bag, just to help in temp stowing in between uses.
Okay.
Jaws, as you get to the mass canister, reminder, we want to move very slowly on the mass canister so as not to impart loads and motions, maintaining that less than 2.5 seconds per foot, no cyclic loading, and then no kind of lateral loading on the BGA. As you head toward the mass canister, that small handrail that you're going to be in between the two boxes, it looks like you're already up there. 5174 is the long handrail on the side of the mass canister, and that's where you're aiming.
Copy. I'm in position, and I'll work on stowing my bag.
Yep, we see you there. And a reminder to keep your BRT ret attached to the bag.
I always move slowly. Thank you. I did not remember that, so that was a good reminder.
And we recommend this one go to the middle stanchion.
Copy, middle stanchion.
And as long as you have your hands on the bag, you're also going to be accessing an AET from that crew lock bag to the H fixture.
Stay firm. It is still on top where I put it. See?
Estamos aí então novamente com as imagens dos dois capacetes, né, da Jasmin do lado esquerdo e da Loral O'Hara do lado direito.
Okay, that bag is stowed.
Estamos chegando na nossa primeira hora, aí então de caminhada espacial, né, 10 horas da manhã pelo horário
Oh, I see the sun
de
coming
Brasília.
up. I can see it too. I like it.
Já temos aí mais 5 horas e meia pela frente.
I've got my sun visor down. That's a good idea. And I'm also going to adjust my TCD from 4 to 5.
Okay, we copy. That was Jaws from 4 to 5.
Okay. That was, sorry, Laurel from 4 to 5.
Copy. Laurel from 4 to 5. Thanks.
All right, I've got my bag open. I've got the TCA bag out here.
Okay, copy. And
I will move my PGT.
we copy.
Okay.
Just shy of an hour into today's spacewalk, both crew members working on their first tasks. They did note that we do have a sunrise aboard the International Space Station.
TCV is set to 5 as well.
Copy EV1, TCV to 5.
And as they begin these tasks, the space station is flying 262 statute miles over the border from Canada just over into Montana.
For EV2, I've got my PGT now stowed to the bag. And I'm just going to get into a little bit better of a body position, and then I'll be ready for some bolts.
Okay, copy, Laurel. And I'm just going to read you the warning caution for these bolts while you get into position. Just a reminder, these are the very touchy Fairchild fasteners.
Estamos aí então chegando na nossa primeira hora, né, da caminhada espacial. Estamos aí então realizando, elas estão aí realizando então o trabalho na antena.
And drive the PGT only to the turn count.
Copy. Look at that, still on top. Now, am I leaving that adjustable connected to the integral rut? To the bag?
Checking. And when we check on that, just so you know, you guys are 1 hour in. You're on or just slightly behind timeline, but catching up, and we're happy with your work sites. Limiting consumable, battery, EV2.
Copy, thanks, Dan. Copy.
And Jaws, that adjustable can go either to the handrail or back to the crew lock bag. And we're
Okay.
about 20 seconds from a handover, so Jaws, you'll be getting in a good position and accessing your PGT and preparing your small trash bag.
Copy.
And just before the handover started, you had a view of NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara's camera on the right side of your screen. They have both arrived at their work sites.
Perdemos aí
They will
contato
also be
temporário,
fitting
né,
a
de vídeo.
PGT. That's a pistol grip tool, sort of like a drill, especially
10
designed for
horas
use on
e
the outside
4
of the
minutos no
International
horário
Space
de
Station.
Brasília, lembrando que a caminhada espacial
Again,
então
they are
teve
both working on a
início
removal
às
of
9
first
horas e
task.
5 minutos
Jasmin Moghbeli will be working
pelo
on
horário
an
de
H
Brasília.
fixture in preparation for a future
Estamos
new
aí
solar
então
array to be
chegando aí
installed.
na nossa
And
primeira
NASA
hora
astronaut Loral O'Hara
de caminhada espacial.
Trying to get my DRT into a good position. I'm doing the exact same thing. Yeah. Not as straightforward as I.
We do have comms with the crew members as O'Hara prepares to remove a trundle bearing assembly.
Okay, and I don't know if we're back with you, but my trash bag is ready, and I'm ready for PDT settings.
All right, copy. We are back with you.
Loral O'Hara e a Jasmin Moghbeli estão aí fazendo
Just a reminder that
o
we're
trabalho
going to
então
Bravo 7,
da remoção lá na antena
counter 1, and a warning
de
that
radiofrequência.
torque setting may cause bolt failure, so we really want to make sure that we don't have any side loads on that H fixture on the bolts, and then the same notes I just gave Floral, just making sure that your
Então já entramos aí na nossa primeira hora de caminhada espacial. Você está assistindo ao canal UPTV.
Copy, and I have a good cow.
Copy, good cow. So Bravo 7, counter 1. And for both of you, since we're going to be working bolt ops at the same time,
Ainda temos aí mais 5 horas e meia de caminhada ainda pela frente.
Copy, will do. Bravo 7 is set, counter 1.
Copy, Jaws. So Bravo 7, counter 1. Yep, for Jaws. You're going to release the H fixture bolts exactly one turn, and you can do any order.
Copy.
E temos imagens então novamente da câmera da Jasmin à esquerda e
On
da
the left
Laura
is Jasmin Moghbeli's
à
helmet
direita.
camera. You can see the H fixture at the bottom of your screen. She's going to use the pistol grip tool to release 4 bolts.
I'm moving my PGT back to my swing arm bag. It's getting caught up with the TD bag. So I've got that complete.
Okay, we copy, Laurel.
Got my PGT.
Então lembrando mais uma vez que é a primeira caminhada espacial que as duas estão realizando no dia de hoje.
After the 4 bolts are released on this H fixture, Moghbeli should be able to remove it with by holding a tether point.
I've got a good count. My battery is 41.3.
Okay, we copy, Laurel. For Laurel, your settings are alpha 4, counter 2. And a reminder on the bolt nomenclature, it looks like you're heading toward the right one, so the farthest away from you and to the right is alpha 1.
And I've got alpha counter 2 set.
Alpha 4, counter 2 set. Okay, so for these ones, we're going to be doing bolts 1B and 1A. Those are the two next to the tether point that you're at. Exactly 8 turns.
Okay, that's 8 turns on big alpha 1. The bolt closest to the tether point and farthest inboard.
Copy. Alpha 1, bolt 8 turns, and you go for 1B.
And it looks like it popped out.
Okay, we understand bolt popped out. That's great news. Thanks.
Okay, and that's Alpha 2 bolt popped out.
Okay, we understand both those bolts by the tether point are popped out. That's great, so we do not need to release those more by hand. You're now going
Então agora temos em destaque para vocês a imagem de câmera então da capacete então da Loral O'Hara.
3864 or another location if you recommend a different one.
Copy. Okay, from EV1, bolt 1, released 1 turn.
Copy for Jaws, bolt 1, 1 turn.
E agora em destaque para vocês a câmera da Jasmin Moghbeli.
Bolt 3, released 1 turn from Jaws.
Copy H fixture bolt 3, released 1 turn.
And EV2 has a ret to the cover.
Copy the ret to the cover, and the other end of the ret is where's that based at?
My mini work. Oh, it's still on my mini workstation, but I will move it.
Okay, yeah, sorry, 3864 or another location if you'd rather have that tended somewhere else.
Copy. EV1, bolt 2, released 1 turn.
Bolt 2, 1 turn for the H fixture.
Bolt 4, released 1 turn.
Copy bolt 4. So we have 1 turn on all of the H fixture bolts. Nicely done. A reminder for the next steps that the bolts will pop out when they're fully released. And same reminder on these Fairchild fasteners that the spring can protrude and create a sharp edge concern. And that the H fixture can kind of self-release from the GSE pad due to stored energy. So you can reset your PGT jaws to alpha 6.
I hope so.
We do too. You can reset your PGT to alpha 6.
And set to alpha 6.
Counter 1.
Alpha 6, counter 1 is set.
You are go to release the H fixture bolts jaws in any order, exactly 11 turns.
Copy, exactly 11 turns.
Jasmin Moghbeli, whose camera view you see here, you can watch her fully remove all 4 of those H fixture bolts. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara is working to...
EV2 has cover 1, other to the nadir handrail.
Okay, we copy cover 2 is redded. So for Loral, you can...
Temos imagens aí da
that your
Loral.
PGT is alpha 4, counter 2. And we're going to release the Sarge cover bolts, the remaining 2A, 2B, 3A, and 3B. And these are the ones that are inboard right next to each other. Alphas are farthest away from you. Bravos are kind of the next ones in. You can go any order, exactly 8 turns. The bolt will pop out when it is released, but we're looking for exactly 8 turns for Loral.
Copy, 8 turns, any order. I've got alpha 4, counter 2.
Copy.
Okay, and from Jaws, bolt 1 is released 11 turns.
E agora temos imagens então aí novamente das duas.
Popped out probably around 8 or 9 turns, but you still want me to go to 11?
Checking.
On the future ones? Copy.
As Moghbeli works to remove H fixture bolts, O'Hara is working to remove the solar array rotary joint cover.
If the bolt pops out, you can stop turning. We just don't want you to go any more than 11.
Então, no caso aí a Loral, né, então tá fazendo o trabalho lá no painel solar e a Jasmin na antena.
You can see O'Hara also using the PGT or the pistol grip tool on the right side of your screen. Once she removes this solar array rotary joint cover, she'll be able to access the trundle bearing assembly that she'll remove and replace.
Eight turns on 2 Bravo, outboard.
Copy, 2 Bravo, 8 turns for Loral.
And from Jaws, bolt 3 released 11 turns.
Copy, 11 turns on the H fixture bolt 3.
You know, it's popping out, but it's not quite like the other one. Like, it doesn't seem as fully released as bolt 1 does.
Okay, we copy.
Bolt 1 is definitely released. Bolt 3 seems like it maybe has another turn on it or something.
Jaws, you are go to put 1 more turn on it with a PGT. 1 more turn.
Copy, 1 more turn. Okay, 1 more turn on both 3. I think it is actually released.
Okay, good copy, Jaws. And Loral, if you could pause there, we think you might have been on the cover, the wrong cover. If you're on the left side of that
right.
tether point, that's cover 3, stand by for steps.
Okay, copy. I was just about to ask. I thought I was... What am I doing?
And Loral, can you let us know how many turns you put on that bolt?
8.
Okay, copy. And no worries. You're go to continue on cover on your cover 2, and we'll have steps later just to retorque that one back down.
Okay. Okay, copies. Okay, and from Jaws, bolt 2 released 11 turns, still similar to how bolt 3 did. So I don't know if you want me to put one more turn.
Checking. And you are go for one more turn on bolt 2. We do copy 11 turns on the H fixture bolt 2.
For 82, I have all bolts released. It looks like the cover is free.
All right, copy. You are go to temp stow the removed cover out of the way near the ret anchor.
Okay, on bolt 2, released one additional turn. And I don't know, I might just be giving myself extra work. It might have already been released as well.
All right, we copy.
Vamos agora com a imagem da Loral O'Hara. Estamos aí com o tempo de 1h15 já de caminhada.
Comes off, Laurel, reminder, the first thing that we're going to want to do is kind of check for any of that metal flakes or damage to the race ring or anything else that you see as you get your eyes on.
Copy. I have the cover temp stowed on 3864.
Copy, it's temp stowed, and so we'll take next thing a good HECA inspection of the outboard race ring in particular, reporting any metal flakes or damage that you see.
And bolt 4 released 9 turns.
Copy that 9 turns on bolt 4 and that it's released. You can stow your PGT, and then we're going to attempt to remove that H fixture.
Okay. It didn't just pop off. It did just pop off? It did not. No. I wish. I had a feeling it wouldn't. Okay, PGT and trash bag are stowed. Just try to give it a tug to start.
That's correct. So you can attempt the H fixture removal just by pulling on the tether point.
Copy. And for EV2, I'm not seeing any metal shavings on the race ring. It's kind of hard to tell.
E aí então voltamos a ter a imagens então em destaque da Jasmin Moghbeli.
But it's not much. Like it's not like the photo. I don't.
Okay, that's great news, Laurel. None was expected, and certainly none was hoped for. So you can pre-position the TBA bag bundle for access. Make sure that that's in reach. And we're going to open up the bag TBA labeled degraded and retrieve the French hooks that are on the integral tethers. And while you do that, I'm going to read you a couple of warnings. Note that the sharp edge hazard exists on the bearing package, so limit contact just to the tether points. And we want to keep the rets and any hardware away from those exposed sarge rings.
And much to my dismay, that did not work.
All right, we copy. So our first step is to use the wedges or the pliers into the H fixture channels.
Copy. Just adjust my position here.
And reminder that those channels are kind of up and down from bolts 1 and 2, closest to you. For Laurel, I'm going to give you these couple prep steps together in case you see stuff in front of you. So we're going to get those French hooks from the bag labeled degraded. And we're going to open and prep an EVA wipe.
Copy.
And then we're going to open up the TBA bag and make sure the caps are in reach.
Great. I just dropped a rat on the TBA bag from my mini workstation. Get close by.
Okay, copy. And just big picture for your...
I think that'll also help keep the...
Okay, yeah, just big picture for you. We're going to do the connectors first, then we're going to install the French hooks, then we're going to use PGT ops.
Copy.
And page 3 of your cuff checklist has a drawing of the TBA if you need it for reference.
Copy.
No momento, para o horário de Brasília, 10 horas e 26 minutos. Estamos aí com 1 hora e 20 minutos de caminhada já completadas até o momento. Estamos então acompanhando a primeira caminhada espacial da Jasmin Moghbeli e da Loral O'Hara, aí na Estação Espacial Internacional.
Can choose whether you want to insert the wedges or the pliers into the H-fixture channels. If you do the wedges, the end of the wedge should go flush with the H-fixture.
À esquerda temos aí a Jasmin trabalhando na parte da antena
And you can tend back some of that MLI.
e a Loral O'Hara na parte então, do painel solar.
Okay.
Now that O'Hara has removed the solar array rotary joint cover, she can move on to demating and remating some cables ahead of removing the trundle bearing assembly. Meanwhile, Moghbeli continues to work on removing the H fixture, having loosened 4 bolts on the fixture itself.
I've got the French hooks out of the degraded bag.
Copy. And we'll just position so you can grab those when you need them.
Here's the next step.
And for Laurel, we will be demating that connector when you are ready.
I'm ready.
All right, we're going to go for the NZGL connector on the inboard receptacle. So it's farthest from you. You go to demate the TBA NZGL connector from the inboard sarge ring, and then we'll take an inspection of those connections.
See, I'm on the inboard J15. I'm demating.
Copy, and this is the same place that we'll end up remating with the new TBA if you want to make a mental note.
Copy. all pretty obvious. Right. Hey, and I see good pins. City in my band, no thoughts.
Copy good.
Receptacle is good as well.
Copy good inspection. You go to mate the twist cap from the degraded TBA bag to the Sarge NZGL jack, and you can release the RET once it's mated. And just a reminder, we won't be putting a cap on the degraded side.
Copy.
Você está assistindo ao canal Wilp TV. Estamos aí com o horário de Brasília, 10 horas e 30 minutos. Estamos então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 89, né, que está sendo conduzida pelas astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Estamos com o tempo de caminhada 1 hora e 24 minutos. A caminhada espacial começou oficialmente às 9 horas e 5 minutos, pelo horário de Brasília. Então a Loral O'Hara e a Jasmin Moghbeli estão aí realizando as suas primeiras caminhadas espaciais. Estamos então com imagens de capacete aí da Loral O'Hara, que nesse momento então está trabalhando aí na parte do painel solar, onde então ela irá fazer aí a substituição, né, de um dos rolamentos. Faz então que ajuda então na rotação aí do painel solar do sistema da Estação Espacial Internacional.
How you doing, Laurel? Working on this NZGL cap. That is challenging. Awkward location and a tight fit. How about you? I guess we're working on this H fixture that likes where it's at. Yeah.
Coming up on 1.5 hours into today's spacewalk, Jasmin Moghbeli continues to work on removing the H fixture that will allow for future solar array installation. These were not designed to be removed during spacewalks, however, we've done so successfully a handful of times, so she's troubleshooting.
And there were cheers all over Earth, Jazz.
And confirmation that that H fixture has been removed.
All right, you can stow that H fixture.
Temos a remoção aí, né,
bag P. And then we'll take an inspection of the pad.
Okay,
Aí então já temos a remoção concluída.
It'll probably take me a moment to
É feita pela
get this bag cleaned up again.
Jasmin Moghbeli. Noção aí dessa caixinha aí.
And do I do an inventory of this bag now?
Checking.
No, I need to get back in here for the potentially for the camera.
And no need to inventory that one quite yet, Jazz.
Yeah, copy.
And Jaws, as you get everything in there, just a reminder that the next thing you may want out of there is the scoop for CP8, if you want to put that on top.
Okay, copy. And then can you remind me with these caps, I've got it pressed on, but then I need to twist it, right?
At the counter...
The cap is flush. I don't know if you can get in my...
Yeah, it's a counterclockwise twist.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I have it flush. Okay, so it looks on. Can't pull it off.
E, portanto, estamos aí na nossa primeira 1h30 de caminhada. Essa primeira hora e 30 minutos. Faltando então aí 5 horas ainda pela frente.
And while that tends back to the bag, your next step will be to install one of the French hooks to the bearing package.
O'Hara just installed a cap on a cable she demated.
We'll wait for it to go on. I pushed it on and then twisted it all the way counterclockwise. But see the feature on the cap that's proud is up against the back. But it is a little wobbly. If you can, I don't know if you can see it in my spectra.
We can. That's a good view of it. We're talking.
For me to remove the ret. Okay.
And Laurel, we think that's good enough. So as you move the ret, we just say to kind of do that carefully, and then we'll make sure we don't hit that so as not to dislodge it.
Okay, copy. Okay, ret is removed.
Nicely done. So next one will be to install the French hook from the degraded bag onto the bearing package. That's the one that's the bigger one that's closest to you, the gate of the French hook away from the bearing package.
Copy.
For Jaws, when you get everything stowed, big picture for your next steps is going to be an inspection of the pad and a photograph. And then we're going to be stowing and moving on to your survey.
Copy. And I'd like to take a moment to thank your classmate Josh for the tips he gave me. They were definitely helpful. His 8 fixture lessons learned.
The 8 balls are always here to serve.
Hey, the French hook is on the bearing package.
Copy. You can get your PGT ready. We're going to be setting Bravo 2 counter 2. Just a reminder that the Bravo 2 torque setting can cause a bolt failure on bolt 3, which could result in a non-captive sharp edge. So we'll just use the same care that we did before. So Bravo 2 counter 2.
Copy.
O'Hara is going to use her pistol grip tool again to release 3 bolts.
And just a reminder for you, Laurel, this is going to be kind of an iterative bolt release on bolts 3, 2, and 1.
Copy. And we're not putting the French hook on the mount package yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not quite yet.
Or
We think
supposed to put that on as well?
No, not quite yet. We'll do that one in a little bit. We think it'll get in the way. So once you have Bravo 2, counter 2, on bolt 3, we're going to go exactly one turn. Actually, on each of them, bolt 3 first, exactly one turn.
Okay, I've got Bravo 2, counter 2.
Counter 2.
3.
Counter 2. Bravo 2, counter 2.
Okay,
And we're about
Bravo
20.
2, counter 2 set, and then
Good read, and you're going to go exactly one turn. We're about to go into a handover, but you're going to do one turn on bolts 3, then 1, then 2. 3, 1, 2.
copy. Copy 312. I have my cuff checklist open as well. Okay, and I'm taking photos.
Copy, Jazz?
And just as expected, we are in a tracking data and relay satellite system handover,
Então
which we will
perdemos
regain
contato, né, com o
shortly
vídeo.
for communications with the crew.
Aí lá na Estação
Again,
Espacial
spacewalk started at
Internacional.
7:05 a.m. Central Time this morning. Jasmin Moghbeli has successfully removed the H fixture where a future International Space Station rollout solar array will be installed in the future. And Loral O'Hara is working on removing a degraded trundle bearing assembly. This helps facilitate the rotation of solar arrays.
Então, na verdade, as duas aí trabalham juntas lá na parte então, do painel solar, né, não na antena, né, como eu falei anteriormente. Né, então, peço desculpas. Né, então, a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara então, trabalham lá no painel solar. Então, aí fazendo então, a parte de substituição, né, dos conjuntos aí de rolamento, né? E também fazendo a preparação aí para instalação aí de painéis, de futuros painéis solares também. E agora elas estão fazendo então a Jasmin, então aí tá fazendo agora o trabalho de documentação, né? Na parte aí da remoção que ela realizou agora aí na painel solar, né? Na parte aí do painel solar.
Okay, copy.
Aí nessa
Gloves, well, half is dry. Gloves didn't work. Gloves are good for EV1.
Copy, good. Glove and hat for Jazz.
Jasmin Moghbeli confirms a good glove and hat or helmet absorption pad check.
And can work for EV2. Got my safety cover. Come up into my work site. Just gonna get that clear.
Copy.
The glove and hat check is done for each crew member after completion of tasks.
On which bolts you were able to get a turn on?
Just 3 so far.
E aí temos, portanto, a Loral O'Hara novamente em destaque, trabalhando ali na parte então aí do painel solar. Tá fazendo aí então a substituição de dos 12 conjuntos, né, que faz parte aí do sistema então de rotação do painel solar.
And then we're going to do the sob bearings on the bottom of the mass canister, and then the GSC pad that's just on the opposite of where you were working. So it kind of in whatever order makes sense, and good HECA surveys and photos of each of those.
Okay, copy.
Also, one note for you, Jazz, as you move to the outboard side of that mass canister, you may be toward the end of your safety tether reach. And so as you translate around the inside when able.
Around the inside. Okay, copy. And then I'm going to take a minute and reset here. I keep pulling my safety tether up into the work site. So I just figure out those better position right now.
Okay, good call, Laurel. And just a reminder, we want to try to keep the PGT clear of those race rings.
Yeah, I see.
Fora a NASA, né? Sou o único aí a transmitir para vocês ao vivo a Caminhada Espacial 89, pela expedição de número 70 aí da Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos já com 1 hora e 40 minutos de caminhada completada. Como vocês podem observar, Loral O'Hara à sua direita, né, na câmera. Ela continua então trabalhando ali na parte do painel solar, junto com a Jasmin Moghbeli. E as duas ambas então fazem as suas primeiras caminhadas espaciais.
A great view of both astronauts outside at their respective workstations. Down at the bottom right, with the red stripes around the bottom of her spacesuit, is NASA's Jasmin Moghbeli. She's EV1 today. On the left, with no stripes on the suit, is Loral O'Hara, who is EV2. Again, both spacewalkers on their first expedition outside the hatch today.
Então a caminhada espacial iniciou às 9h05 da manhã, pelo horário de Brasília.
And Jaws, before you leave that work site, we just
E
want
tem
to
duração aí
double check
de
all the MLI is tacked down to its original location around the H fixture, please.
6 horas e 30 minutos.
Yeah, it is not. Thank you. Okay, MLI is back.
Copy, thank you.
Então o trabalho da primeira parte, então, do trabalho da Jasmin já foi concluída. Foi ali aquela remoção daquela caixinha ali, né? Que vimos. Ali no painel solar, né? Na parte ali do... Já estão trabalhando ali no painel solar.
And Laurel, we see you
I
going.
had a hard time getting my PRT. It did enough to hold my body. What?
Copy, yeah, we see you going for bolt 1.
Yeah, I couldn't get mine nearly as rigid as I wanted either, Will. After bolt 3, correct?
And Laurel, just so we're tracking it.
Okay, and can you see the left?
So for Laurel, could you just clarify it's just the body position, or are you having issues with any of the bolts?
I'm not having issues with the bolts, yeah. I'm just trying to get my BRT into a position where it's stabilizing me.
Copy, I understand.
Having a hard time getting it rigid enough where, yeah. And then I also have my safety tether that wants to spring back from my face. So I think I need to fix that as well.
Copy, and would it help it to route the safety tether around kind of the outboard of the BRT to help hold it down?
The safety tether? Yeah. I will do that. And Anne, whenever you get a chance, can you see the GSC pad and go?
Yes, that is a good view. And for big picture, we're talking about the TBA task here, and we think that 4 hands are going to be better than 2. So JAWS, what we're going to have you do is suspend the survey at the moment, and we're going to have you translate back the way that you came out so that you're just zenith of Laurel. And we think that you can get into a good position either on that 3866 handrail or just zenith of her, wherever you think is good to assist her with kind of handing tools back and forth and managing that bag.
Okay, copy.
And Jazz, we are not planning on coming back out to this. If you happen to translate by some sob and want to look at it with your camera, we'll take it. But other than that, we'll get you moving back into Laurel.
Okay, and so the stop's kind of on the other side, correct?
Yeah, they're kind of at the base. If they're not in your translation path, then you don't need to go find them.
Okay, copy. Was there kind of a recommended body positioning to do these bolts, like as far as which way I'm oriented, or is it just dealer's choice here? Let's see if I can do it.
Yes, we had originally looked at with feet outboard kind of where you're at, and making sure also that you're rigidizing the base of your BRT. I think I saw you go for it, but that kind of where it attaches to your mini workstation, make sure those are also rigidized. You could potentially also try to go from face 1 in the seat of handrail.
There. Okay, I thought about that as well.
Yeah, the other way, if your feet go zenith, then the BRT is kind of off to your left side, which may also work.
Like even with it, I've got it fully rigidized, and I just kind of move. As soon as I put the PG on the bolt, it just floating away.
And if this one doesn't work, we can also look at if there's a twist in your BRT, it won't rigidize properly. As JAWS gets over to you, we could have her actually position on face 1 to see if she could help you from the other side, or if she could get a better grip on the PGT from the CETA side.
Okay, I'm coming over to you, Laurel. Copy. So the ball stack looks pretty good. My command fairlead is removed.
Copy, the fairlead's removed, Jaws.
I'm passing the radiator now.
Você está assistindo ao canal UPTV pelo horário de Brasília. Agora são 10 horas e 55 minutos. Nós estamos aí completando a nossa marca de 1 hora e 50 minutos de caminhada espacial. Estamos aí com as astronautas Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara, da expedição de número 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional, fazendo a caminhada de número 89. Então a caminhada espacial iniciou às 9h05 da manhã, pelo horário de Brasília. E nesse momento as astronautas, então, elas fazem o trabalho ali na parte do painel solar, onde elas estão removendo, fazendo a substituição, então, de um dos conjuntos, né, que fazem parte ali da rotação do painel solar.
Okay, so understand on bolt 1 that you did not get one turn?
Not one full turn.
Lembrando que é a primeira caminhada delas, né, que elas estão realizando hoje, dia 1º de novembro de 2023. É a primeira caminhada, então, da Jasmin e da Loral.
Camera's caught here. Let me go get that.
Okay, and Laurel, we understand that
I'm getting my visor up for night.
that the PGT on Bravo 2 did not give you one turn for bolt 1. So you are go to set Bravo 5.
E aí agora
Bravo
estamos
5, counter
entrando
2,
aí no lado
one turn.
escuro, na parte escura, então, aí da...
Okay, copy. I'm gonna need those settings again, though.
No problem. Just let me know when you like them.
Estamos aí com a visão, então, da câmera da Loral O'Hara. A câmera que está acoplada no capacete de ambas. Então esse é o traje 2, né, que ela está utilizando. Lembrando que a Laura está utilizando o traje espacial de cor toda branca e a Jasmin traje espacial de cor toda branca com a tarja vermelha. Então temos aí agora a câmera dividida, então do lado esquerdo a Jasmin e do lado direito a Laura.
We're in another satellite handover with the International Space Station and the TDRS, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. We do have audio communications with the crew, just awaiting to regain video. At the meantime, the International Space Station is in an orbital nighttime.
See the BRT with this S turn in it. Josh, can I just kind of... Yeah, can you like episode? Yeah. Sure. Okay. I have the PGT. Like such a simple setup, but very different. And I can let me know if at any point I can like try to push you in or something. Yeah. Or maybe crank on my BRT, although I think I'm setting it all the way down. But, you know. Yeah, I feel like I haven't really tightened. It still wasn't holding me. But I can maybe try to hold you.
So the other thing we were just discussing, it's up to you where you think the positioning will be best. But Jaws, if you want to go to where Laurel was, just outboard, and see if you can get into a
Voltamos
stable
então aí com
position.
as
We
imagens.
could have you drive those bolts if you can get.
Estamos aí nos aproximando então da segunda hora de caminhada.
And we're the 1, 2, 3 volts, correct? Right here. Yeah.
Então devemos prosseguir aí até por volta das 15 horas da tarde.
And then 3 is the furthest inboard.
Laurel, hang on. Oh, you above me? Yeah, well, I can move if you want. I just need to do my defector. I'm just thinking. We've got tethers. This is the PGT. Okay.
Rather than working on an Ethernet cable untwist, Moghbeli is now assisting O'Hara in removing the trundle bearing assembly.
Yeah. And the other thing I was thinking was to go feet Venus and BRT 3865. Yeah. But what I'm finding is if you go BRT straight, if you BRT the jaws on the wide part of the handrail, you end up kind of far away. Then I had an S in my BRT, which I think is why it's not rigidizing, and can chime in here. Okay, as much as it could. If you want to take the PCT and I'll try that? Yeah, okay. Let me know when you're ready for it. Okay, let me get mine down here. So what's the setting on the PCT for this?
So, Jaws, just to orient you to the bolts, right now what we're trying to do is get one turn on bolts 3 and then 1 and then 2. Laurel was successfully able to do bolt 3. For bolt 1, the planned torque was not enough. So we're currently in the crib sheet for bolt 1, and so the settings are Bravo 5, counter 2, and we're looking for one turn exactly on bolt 1, the middle bolt. Correction, the most inboard bolt.
Okay, copy. The most inboard.
Sorry, outboard bolt.
It
is labeled.
Or outboard? Outboard. Okay,
It's
good.
the one that's labeled 1.
Yes, I see it. That works. You want me to move over? Can you pull me back for a second? Actually, I can. Let me get out of your way. Let me just try this one more time from here. Yeah, and once you take the PGT, I'll hold you too. I mean, I don't know how much that'll help, but yeah, it can't hurt. Back there. Okay, here's the PGT. Okay, and then wait till I get your back. Let me know when you're in position. The helmet just sorry. Push me away a little bit. Okay, I've got my hand on your back. Alright. Okay, I'm holding you. And I've got, just to check, Bravo 5, counter 2.
That's correct on bolt 1.
Bolt 1, correct? Just do bolt 1. Okay, that turned. Nice. Now, was it one? You want us to do one full turn at that torque?
Affirmative, one turn.
The crew members are able to see how many turns have been accomplished on the PGT, the pistol grip tool. They can also change the settings as requested. That's why you hear calls like alpha 1 and clockwise 2.
And you can see the... Yeah, I can tell you when you're a corner. Okay, ready? Yep. Stop. Okay, one turn on bolt 1.
All right, nicely done, you guys. We can reset Bravo 2, counter 2, Bravo 2, counter 2, and you can do bolt 2, 1 turn.
Copy.
Então completamos aí 2 horas
with the pistol grip tool in microgravity,
de
the crew members need
caminhada.
some stability. So Moghbeli has offered to provide that for O'Hara.
Okay, I've got your back.
E estamos aí seguindo juntos.
Turning.
Faltando aí mais 3 horas e meia de caminhada ainda pela frente. Você está assistindo então ao canal Will PTV. Estamos aí então acompanhando a primeira caminhada espacial da carreira então das astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Caminhada espacial então de número 89. A expedição então de número 70 aí da Estação Espacial Internacional. Então as astronautas Loral O'Hara e Jasmin Moghbeli ainda continuam então fazendo o trabalho aí na parte então do painel solar. Onde elas estão aí fazendo a parte então da substituição, né, de um dos 12 conjuntos de rolamentos.
Alpha.
Alpha 6. Alpha 6, counter 2. And we're going to release bolt 3 exactly 1 turn. Alpha 6, counter 2.
Copy. Okay, 1 turn. Now, can you count the 10? If you move your... Yeah. You can see I think so. Okay, go. Ready? Yeah. Turn. Okay, 1 turn on 3.
Copy, 1 turn on bolt 3. So, Jazz, you can reset the PGT to Bravo 2, counter 2. For Laurel, we lost your heck if you don't mind resetting your button. And then we're also due for a glove check for Laurel. Again, for the PGT, Bravo 2, counter 2.
You're late. Yeah, I've got... You good with me pushing your button, Will? I am. Okay, I see those green lights.
Okay, we copied green light, and for Laurel, we'll need a glove check also.
Yep, and I've got nominal gloves and a dry hat.
Copy, thank you. So for the next thing, we're going to be releasing bolt 1, set Bravo 2, counter 2.
Let's see, Bravo 2, counter 2 is set.
Estamos aí com imagens de câmera então da Jasmin.
Okay, copy. Okay, it's on, and I can count. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 more, 6. That's 6 to 8 turns, still 3 spins. Hopefully just 3 spinning yet. So, sorry, I thought you said 6. Yep, okay, I'll count. 7, 8. Okay, it doesn't look like it's loose yet. No, it doesn't.
Okay, we understand 8 turns and that it's not free spinning yet.
No, it is not. It's definitely releasing, but it's not, yeah.
Checking.
Sorry, hold on, I'm just going to move a little. Hit you. Alright. Let me go for the... Oh, sorry. Okay, I let you go.
All right, you guys are go to continue releasing bolt 1 until it free spins.
Okay, copy, copy.
Now 2 hours and 5 minutes since today's spacewalk began. Both O'Hara and Moghbeli are working on removing the trundle bearing assembly, a degraded unit that O'Hara will then replace later in the spacewalk.
Ready? 9, 10, 11, 12. How's that look? It doesn't, I mean, as far as I can tell, it's not free spinning. 13. Nah, I think it is. Thank you. Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, Loral, I didn't mean to push you. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Okay, and we think that might be free spinning. It doesn't have like a nice reassuring pop out like other bolts. So we're going to move on to bolt 2. And reminder that releasing bolt 2, the draw bolt, releases the preload arm until the arm swings open. So you can set Bravo 2, counter 2. And we're going to go to bolt 2.
Copy.
And it will also free spin upon release about 14 turns.
Copy.
And you can expect that
We're still Bravo 2?
Bravo 2,
Okay,
counter 2.
Counter 2.
And you can expect the bearing package will move away from the Sarge and the mount.
Okay, copy. Ready, Jazz? Okay, I'm ready. 1, 2, 3.
This is the second bolt being fully released. After the next one, the crew members should be able to remove the trundle bearing assembly itself.
7, 8. So, 9. I think that might be free spinning. Okay. It's really hard to say from here, but if I put you down, can you get your finger on it? Does it seem?
You can also check that preload arm.
I don't think, I'm not sure 1 is fully free spinning.
Copy, checking.
Jazz, can I hit, sorry. You see? Yeah. Yeah. 1 second. Okay, I've got it. I'm just going to bring myself over here. Okay, I'll try to get that here away. There, that one is, yeah. I don't know. I can't necessarily call either of them free spinning, but I think it moves. 2 is looser. 3 is, like, I can't even wiggle the bolt, if you can see that.
Can you tell if the preload arm swung open? That's that arm on the back side of it.
It does look like it is open.
We're talking about it.
It's still being...
Okay, so for Bolt 2, we're going to have you re-engage with Bravo 2, counter 2, and you can release that probably about 5 more turns. And reminder that we should be able to pull that bearing package off via the tether point if that's released.
Okay, copy. Bravo 2. Bravo 2, counter 2.
Bravo 2, counter 2, correct.
Oh, yeah, counter 2. Bolt 2. Good, good, good. Eyes on. That's weird. Yeah. They must have, my PGT turned off, I think. Bravo 2, counter 2. Okay, I can see. Ready? Yep. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I think now it is. I think it's yeah. You want me to get the PGT or you doing it? So actually this is going to go back into one of those bags over there. Oh, the PGT does?
Yep.
No, the bearing package. Oh, the bearing. Okay. I can stow the PGT on my swing arm.
Yep, so we'll stow the PGT, and then we're going to pull that bearing package off. Reminder to keep the hand away from the grease that's on the bearings on that outboard race ring. And we're going to stow that degraded bearing package back into the TBA bag labeled degraded. And while you're in there, you can retrieve the other French hook for the mount package.
Copy. So it's one of these ones? Yes. Okay, yeah, I see it degraded. There it goes. You can pull it off and get it in there, or I can pull it off and if I hold the bag open, maybe? Yeah.
And for Jaws, if you're handling the bearing package, just a reminder, we just want to handle that by the tether point. There's a lot of greasy and sharp areas on it.
Okay, I'll try to let Loral handle it mostly while I hold the bag and I'm floating away. Hang on. Great. Okay, bag. Now we need this other point. This one? I'm holding it. No. Oh, that one. Got this one. Okay, copy. Now, can you just close the Velcro on that? On this one? On that bag, yeah. Absolutely. And you can let go of the bag.
See if we can grab that other French hook from the bag to install in the mount package.
Closed. Yep, it in my hand. Got it.
All right, nicely done, you guys. So French hook onto the mount package tether point is the next step.
Get out of your way. Complete.
And for awareness, we're just over 2 hours in. We're about an hour down on the timeline, but we're happy as we make progress on this highly important TBA task.
Copy. Okay, we're ready for Bolt 3.
Okay, copy. Sorry, the French hook is on the mount package tether point?
Confirm.
Okay, so you can set your PGT to alpha 6 counter 2. Alpha 6 counter 2.
Assistindo então ao canal UIPTV, estamos aí então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 89 da expedição 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional. pelo horário de Brasília, 11 horas e 20 minutos. Lembrando que a caminhada espacial então começou às 9 horas e 5 minutos. Né? Está sendo conduzida então pelas astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e a Loral O'Hara. Lembrando que é a primeira caminhada delas, né, que elas estão aí realizando no dia de hoje. E para identificação, né, dos uniformes, né, a Jasmin está então na parte de baixo da sua tela, né, com a tarja vermelha, e a Loral com o uniforme todo branco. Eles estão ainda trabalhando ainda na parte da substituição ali no painel solar. E devemos aí seguir por mais 3 horas de caminhada. E já chegamos aí na nossa transmissão, né? Mais 4 horas aí de transmissão, né? Porque acompanhamos também aí os preparativos, né? Para o início então dessa caminhada, né? Que a gente acompanhou estamos aí transmitindo então, desde as 7h25 da manhã, aqui no horário de Brasília. Então a gente acompanhou todos os procedimentos iniciais aí, né? Desde os ajustes da montagem então do traje, da saída delas e então do início da caminhada. Então estamos aí desde o seu início. E siga aqui com a gente também, né? Quem aí está acompanhando. Lembrando que no dia 5 de outubro, no domingo, na parte da noite, vamos então acompanhar juntos a missão de carga então da CRS 29. Domingo então 5 de novembro. E lembrando também que nós temos aí o nosso blog do canal, né? Nosso blog aí do canal, o UPTV oficial com 2 Fs.blogspot.com. E siga também nas redes sociais, né? No YouTube, no Twitter, /X e no Instagram. No Instagram já estamos quase também chegando a 400 inscritos lá, seguidores no canal do Instagram, né? Que é o mesmo nome do canal, né? O IPTV Official, né? E vamos então continuando aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial do número 89. Juntamente então com a
Almost 2 hours
NASA.
and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, the degraded trundle bearing assembly has been removed. O'Hara will now move into some tasks to lubricate that area before installing a new trundle bearing assembly.
Parts of the degraded TBA are in the degraded bag in the back. Velcro is closed.
Okay, copy. We'll take a glove check from you both, and while you're checking your gloves thoroughly, I'll give you some big picture words. We like the way you're working together at this work site. The next step is going to be to do the lubing. We think that this is probably a one-person task since there's no PGT ops. So we're thinking that Jaws could move up to CP8. You're still close by. While Loral works this lubing task, but if you feel strongly that 4 hands are going to make that task more successful, then we'll take your recommendation on that.
Well, you let me know what you think. Yeah, I think lubing is probably just a one-person job, and it might be easier to move around a little bit more. Yeah, and I won't be far if you do decide you need me back. Okay, so I'll head to CP8. I'll get cleaned up and head there. Okay. And for gloves, I just have some black and yellow scuffs, but otherwise they look good.
And can you say that again, Jaws, for something on your gloves?
Just some black and yellow scuffs. They look like scuff marks, but the gloves are good. It's just on the outside of the RTV. I don't know if you could see it in my camera or not.
Okay, we understand just some discolored scuff marks for your gloves.
Confirm.
Okay, and you can start heading up
And
to.
for EV,
Go ahead for Laurel.
you can go ahead. I was going to give my glove report. Yeah, go for it. I'm set. Make sure I'm not untangled from all this. Nominal gloves for EV2. Same, just a little bit of grease on the right glove.
Okay, copy. So Laura, you can get into position for for lubing the outboard race ring. And Jaws, you can start moving up to the CP8 work site. Reminder, I think you've stowed that crew lock bag P. If you think you might want the round scoop, you may want to grab it as you go by.
Okay, copy.
Big picture for the lubing.
Laurel, I might have you just take a quick look at me before I head out. I think I might be making sure I'm untangled from your stuff. I think I am. Okay, actually, I am good. You good, Jess? I'm good. Yep, I can see I'm clear. Okay. Did you have some words? Do you handle it?
Again, 2 hours and 20 minutes since we've started today's spacewalk. So far, Jasmin Moghbeli has removed the H fixture, which allows for future IROSA addition. That's a new rollout solar array.
Behind my legs. Okay. Have you?
The team ran into some difficulty removing the degraded trundle bearing assembly, but that has been successfully accomplished as well.
And Laurel, we see you kind of back into the original config with feet outboard. Is that correct?
Okay. Can I just, Laurel, can you just look, is my safety tether behind my legs?
Então estamos aí com 2 horas e 22 minutos de caminhada, né? A Jasmin e a Loral O'Hara estão aí trabalhando então nos painéis solares aí, né? Para substituição então do rolamento e também em preparação para futuras instalações do painel solar AIROSA.
If you just go legs up and then rotate your body, else you need to go a little farther. Which side do you want it to be on? Well, it's coming off my left side. Oh, there. Did it fall under now? Yeah. So now your safety tether is across your body. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
O'Hara was helping Moghbeli configure her tether properly as Moghbeli heads out to work on a Ethernet cable untwisting task. Meanwhile, O'Hara is preparing for her next task. She'll be applying some lubricant to that trundle bearing assembly area.
For you are going to be to prepare the work site for the lubing by retrieving and positioning dry wipes and temp sewing both grease guns to where you can get them.
Copy.
And the first one that you'll want in your hand is the J-hook grease gun.
The J-hook. I'm back at my fair lead, which I will leave in place.
Okay, copy that you're at 3681 at your fair lead. So we're going to be assessing that work site, assessing the cables per the pictures that I'm sure you remember. If you need some translation aid out on the TVCIC, you can take that round scoop.
Okay, copy.
And we're just going to be trying to align that cable so that the cable travels straight along the stanchion.
Okay, I'm going to stow my bag. I will, it's right here, so I'm going to leave the round scoop for a moment while I assess.
Copy, and we're hoping that just that twist on that cable is sufficient.
You need both. All right, I've got a wipe ready, and I've got the grease gun ready.
All right, copy.
J-hook.
Awesome. Reminder
Now
that
I will leave the straight grease. I'll leave the straight one in the bag for now.
Okay, that works. Reminder that the grease will flow as soon as the shutoff.
Para quem está chegando agora, sejam todos bem-vindos à nossa transmissão aqui no canal UPTV, pelo horário de Brasília. Agora são 11 horas e 32 minutos. Estamos então no dia 1º de novembro de 2023. Estamos então acompanhando ao vivo, diretamente da Estação Espacial Internacional, a caminhada espacial de número 89, onde estamos vendo então a primeira caminhada espacial da Jasmin Moghbeli e da Loral O'Hara, expedição de número 70 da estação. Nesse momento, então, a Loral O'Hara, né, como vocês podem observar, está trabalhando então aí na parte então do painel solar. Então, ele está fazendo o trabalho de substituição de um dos 12 conjuntos de rolamento então dos painéis, do painel.
We like that plan.
Também aí fazendo já a configuração também para a instalação então de futuros painéis solares aerosos. Lembrando, né, que ainda não se inscreveu no canal, se inscreva, né? Estamos aí próximos já de completar aí, chegando aí quase nos 730 inscritos no canal. E, ou quem não quiser se inscrever, deixe pelo menos o like na transmissão. Cada like de vocês é muito importante. Lembrando que somos o único canal brasileiro então a transmitir ao vivo por completo as caminhadas espaciais, tanto pelo lado russo quanto pelo lado americano. Lembrando que no dia 5 de novembro, domingo, nós teremos então o lançamento da Dragon, aí da SpaceX, com a missão de carga CRS-29. E amanhã, dia 2 de novembro, nós vamos então aí ter a cobertura lá no Twitter para a Galaxy 02, a Galaxy 05. O voo da Galaxy 05.
And so, Laurel, if you pick up the back end of the grease gun so that the flat part of the J-hook is on top of that race ring. And just so you know, we just lost KU for a sec.
Então tivemos aí uma perda momentânea de vídeo, né, que é normal. Estamos aí chegando já nas primeiras 2 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada espacial. Estamos aí no centro de controle em Houston. Lembrando que também temos blog, né, no canal, o UPTV oficial com 2 Fs, .blogspot.com. consegue visite no nosso blog, né? Lá tem também a parte da programação, né? E as outras transmissões anteriores também que vocês podem rever. E também e futuramente vamos botar a nossa estatística lá das transmissões. Ainda não consegui tempo para fazer a edição aí das estatísticas no blog. E aí, portanto, completamos as primeiras 2 horas e 30 minutos. Ainda faltam mais 4 horas pela frente. Então devemos ir com a transmissão até por volta das 15 horas. Caminhada espacial então teve o início às 9h05 da manhã. Tivemos também ainda mês passado, né, no dia 25, a caminhada espacial pelo lado russo. Acompanhamos também ao vivo, juntamente aí também com a transmissão da missão Shenzhou 17.
And go ahead, Jaws. Just so you're both aware, we have no camera, but we got you on audio.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you a camera question. What's the bend radius on this cable? Minimum bend radius?
Então, enquanto isso, né, os astronautas estão Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara trabalham aí lá na parte lá dos painéis solares. Também já fazem a preparação aí para futuras instalações do Aerosa, que é o painel solar canadense.
Your tip covers off, the hinge restraint ring is rotated, and then that shut-off knob is so the flow is pointing toward the nozzle.
O'Hara is working to grease the solar array rotary joint, or the SARJ, where the trundle bearing assembly was just removed.
Squeeze the trigger and release a little bit of grease until you see it come out, and you can squeeze that into a wipe.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's how I figured out no grease flows, and then I pulled the trigger and I'm not getting any grease.
Checking.
After this worksite is lubricated, she'll then install a new trundle bearing assembly.
Okay, I got some grease. Sorry.
Okay, we copy. Yeah, we were going to have you manipulate the triangle in the back, but if you have a good flow, then we're happy with that.
And if you could just let me know when you get video back.
Copy, not quite yet. It'll be about 2 minutes, Jaws.
Okay, copy. Maybe I'll just put this in place and then you can look.
As today's spacewalkers continue their tasks, we are coming up on a major milestone tomorrow when the International Space Station celebrates 23 years of continuous human presence.
And am I greasing the entire length of exposed race ring?
Affirmative, Laurel, all of the exposed side.
Vou fazer um breve intervalo, mas vocês ainda continuam aí com as imagens. É para a nossa transmissão ininterrupta para vocês. Aí acompanhando então tudo que acontece aí na Caminhada Espacial 89. Eu volto já. Enquanto isso, vocês acompanham aí as imagens. Já estamos aí com um momento sem sinal de vídeo. É tudo absolutamente normal. Estamos aí, voltamos então agora com as imagens de vídeo na nossa transmissão aí em conjunto com a NASA. Lindas imagens aí da Jasmin, aí ao terra, né? Fundo. E aí, então já estamos na parte da da antena.
Okay. I don't know if it would be better for me to demate and remate it.
Então, lembrando que agora o próximo passo, né, da missão de hoje, né, será aí a remoção de uma caixa, da caixa, né, de eletrônica, né, chamada Grupo de Radiofrequência, de uma antena, então, que está em comunicação aí com a Estação Espacial. Imagens bonitas aí, né, que estamos vendo.
Okay, we understand that report and the hook. We're talking about it.
Okay.
They're just talking about it because they're expecting a little bit of a loop at the top, so stand by one.
Yeah.
Por isso, não deixe de deixar o like aí na transmissão, hein?
And Jaws, if you can, we're wondering if you can go up the stanchion a little bit, not past the TVCIC, but a little bit closer so we can get a better view of kind of the outboard end of the cable and the hook, French hook. And Laurel, we see you greasing away.
Yeah, so I gave it 3 clicks and ran it.
E aí temos imagens aí de capacete então da Loral.
I think I'm good with the J, but if you guys agree.
Yeah, we agree. We can.
I gave it 3 trigger clicks.
Okay. Yeah, we like that. That's great. And we notice your gloves are still white. Nicely done. So you can clean that nozzle with a dry wipe. And then we're going to rotate the black triangle down. And the shut-off knob so that flow is perpendicular to the nozzle.
Not totally unscathed. I do have 1 grease mark on my wrist.
Well, I still got a happy team down here with that grease job. Nicely done.
Well done, Laurel.
So we're going to rotate the black triangle down, the shut-off knob so that it's perpendicular, and then you're going to rotate the hinge restraint ring and put the tip cover back on.
Copy.
Good words coming here from Ann McLean in Mission Control Houston.
You can get her helpful.
Okay, yeah, the problem is without demating and remating or getting rid of the slack, it kind of just pops back up a bit. So I can put down. But
We are looking and talking about it, Jaws.
you have a good view of the. You can see the French hook right now. That's where it's sitting naturally.
Copy. We're looking. We don't have a great view of the French hook. If you could look a little bit more outboard.
Okay, let me know when you see it.
Yeah, we see it. We see the French hook kind of facing port.
This view from Moghbeli's helmet camera as she works to reduce some of the slack on this cable and more closely secure it to the International Space Station.
Kind of how you want it, correct?
Yeah, we're looking at getting a little straighter through there, but so that it's not pulling so port on the French hook. They're talking about it.
In the background of Moghbeli's helmet camera, the International Space Station is flying 259 statute miles over the Gulf of Mexico.
Twist on the cable.
With a wire tie, you mean? Or actually physically twisting
Just
the
physically
cable?
twisting the cable.
Yeah, I did, but maybe let me do one more.
Yes, you are going to do one more. And Laurel, I see you've got the straight end
Quick question.
grease gun. All right, let me know when you're ready for steps.
I am, and just a quick question. Can I use the same EVA wipe that I use for the J-hook?
Yes.
I don't have a lot of grease on it.
Yes, that looks great. Since you were so clean, you can go to use that one again. So we can prep the straight nozzle grease gun. And so you're going to...
Okay, I don't need steps.
Perfect.
Yeah, and the problem is if I release it, it goes right back. And if I tie it down, then there's not a lot of slack.
Copy, we see that. Talking about it. And for Laurel, when that gun is ready, you're going to be greasing the outer canted surface and the datum A, that flat surface. Also about 3 clicks with the gun trigger, prioritizing where the PBAs will be installed, but greasing that whole exposed surface if you can.
Okay, copy, and that's 3 clicks on the datum A and 3 clicks on the outer thing.
That is correct.
That's correct. Or 3 clicks total.
3 on each.
See. Yeah, and maybe if I demade it and remade it.
We're talking, Joss. All right, Jazz, we talked about it. So big picture, we don't want there to be any forces on that French hook, as you know. So you are go to demate the cable, and we think you may need to like pre-put a twist in before you remate it. The intent being that the cable travels along the stanchion and that there's no forces imparted on the French hook like it is right now.
Okay, copy. Go to demate.
And to clarify, we think that the twist will be closer to where the French hook is.
But I'm demating from right here, correct?
And Laurel, you were asking about clicks. The official answer is more grease is better. So if you put a little extra on, that is quite all right.
Okay. I don't know if you can see in my hecka, but I definitely, I think, have it grease on.
Yep, it's a little shaded, but that's a good view, and so you're going to go for the outer canted surface.
Okay, is that sufficient for the inner fish?
It's shaded, so we can't see it, so we'll take your judgment.
Okay. All right. And I just want to confirm after the last comment you made, I'm demating here at the base, correct?
That is correct, Jaws.
Copy.
Você está assistindo ao canal WilPTV. Estamos então acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 89 pelo lado americano da expedição 70 na Estação Espacial Internacional, que está sendo conduzida então pelas astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Estamos aí com um tempo de 2 horas e 45 minutos de caminhada já completadas. Pelo horário de Brasília, 11 horas e 51 minutos. Então, nesta primeira parte da caminhada, né, a Jasmin e a Laura então trabalharam na parte então dos painéis solares, né, para substituição então de conjuntos de rolamento e também preparação para as futuras instalações dos painéis solares aerosa.
No action. No action from you. We can do it from the ground. No need to do anything.
Oh, copy.
Lembrando que esta caminhada espacial então tem duração aí de aproximadamente 6 horas e 30 minutos. Então sigamos então aí acompanhando. Lembrando que no dia 5 de novembro, domingo, iremos ter aí a transmissão da missão de carga da Dragon, direção à Estação Espacial Internacional, aí da CRS 29. Nós também transmitimos a caminhada anterior, né, a caminhada de número 61 pelo lado russo, que foi transmitida no dia 25 de outubro. Nossa transmissão sempre aqui em conjunto com a NASA.
All right, I've got a nice line of grease down on both those surfaces.
That's excellent. Thanks, Laurel. You can go ahead and safe that straight nozzle grease gun. And once that's safed, your next steps are going to be to stow the grease gun back between the TBA bags and then use a dry wipe as required to clean up your suit and any tools.
NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara has completed the lubrication of that solar array rotary joint area where the trundle bearing assembly was removed.
Say that again, Jaws.
Então a Loral O'Hara, né, completou agora neste momento a parte de lubrificação então aí da substituição então dos rolamentos aí do painel solar.
And Jaws, can you give us any words? Has it moved at all, or is it kind of stuck in its original position?
Yes. It has moved. I just can't get it over center.
Copy.
As O'Hara stows the grease guns she's been using, Moghbeli continues to work on the CP8 Ethernet cable task.
Okay, Jaws.
Okay, Ann, I got it.
Excellent.
It's aft over center.
Love it. All we had to do was open the crib sheet and it came off.
Okay, no FAD. Prevent pins. The DMI band.
And Laurel, as you stow that stuff back in the bags, your next step is going to be to access the bag labeled spare, and we'll be retrieving the mount package of the spare.
I have the mount package retrieved.
And copy. So you got the mount package, Laurel?
I do.
Okay. You can verify that the mount clamping leg is open, and you're going to engage the mount on the inboard race ring, aligning that square mount box with the slot. And then you can close the mount clamping leg.
And in order to do this, I'm going to have to put my hand down into the race ring in order to close the lower leg.
Yeah, we understand that. It's like a game of operation. Just try to be very careful and not getting any more grease.
I think that will be difficult, but I will try.
Copy. Definitely best effort.
And you
Está assistindo ao canal Wilper TV, pelo horário de Brasília, meio-dia. Estamos aí continuando aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 89 pelo lado americano da expedição número 70 aí da Estação Espacial Internacional, onde estamos aí acompanhando a primeira caminhada espacial das astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Estamos com a marca de 2 horas e 55 minutos de caminhada completadas nesse momento. Estamos vendo aí a Loral O'Hara, né, aí trabalhando na parte dos painéis solares, né, que já foi concluída esta parte do painel solar. E agora estamos vendo a imagens da Jasmin. Lembrando que esta caminhada espacial tem a duração de aproximadamente aí por volta de 6 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada, e a caminhada começou a partir das 9h05 da manhã, então começou a caminhada, e a nossa transmissão começou desde as 7h25 da manhã, né, que acompanhamos todos os preparativos iniciais, né, desde aí da configuração então dos trajes espaciais até a saída, né, da câmara de ar Quest, é a saída delas, da câmara de ar Quest, e também agora estamos aí acompanhando todo o trabalho das astronautas da NASA. Então, agradecer aí mais uma vez então aí a todos, né, pela audiência, né, estamos aí com boa rotatividade, né, de espectadores, né, muito obrigado. E eu só peço, então, que vocês deixem um like aí, se possível, na transmissão. Também agradecer a NASA aí, né, pelas imagens sempre fornecidas para nós.
That is a great view, and we are talking it now.
Lembrando que sempre a gente acompanha aqui as caminhadas espaciais, tanto pelo lado russo quanto pelo lado americano. A melhor cobertura é sempre aqui. Então siga o nosso canal. Lembrando que no dia 5 de novembro, domingo, nós vamos acompanhar aqui a missão de carga CRS-29, uma Dragon da SpaceX.
All right, Jaws, we think that right where your right hand is, if you push that cable out, like outboard the stanchion, if you look at the little hook that is in line with the cable, right now the big part, the end of it is kind of pointing out the stanchion. We actually need it to go the other way. So if you push the cable out, and it'll invert that hook. And then when we reinstall the connector, we want to make sure we don't pull back down on that. Does that make sense?
Like it is now?
Go a little bit to your right. We're talking about it.
And for EV2, just a quick note, I think I have the bolt hand started.
Okay, and we want exactly 2 turns on that if you can.
Okay.
And once you're good with the 2 turns, Laurel, you're going to be transferring the RET from that mounting bracket to the not the low profile triscat, but the
E chegamos à
cap
nossa
that you
marca de
installed.
3 horas. 3 horas de caminhada completadas nesse momento.
We've
Aí
just reached
mais
3 hours into today's spacewalk.
mais
So
3
far,
horas
the
e
trundle
30
bearing assembly has
minutos.
been removed, and Laurel has completed the greasing of the solar array rotary joint, where she is preparing to install a new trundle bearing assembly.
Então aí a Loral O'Hara, né, então completou aí a parte então da parte
Right over the cap,
dos painéis,
and
né?
then after that, you're going to be retrieving the bearing
E
package. For
estamos
Jaws, that's a good orientation, and we don't want to change
então aí
that.
agora
What we want to have you
só
do
aguardando
is
para
gently
a configuração
put a
aí da
wire tie
antena.
around the racetrack and around the cable, so that when we install it, we don't pull it into the wrong orientation.
Okay, copy.
Since the start of today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli has removed the H fixture in preparation for a future IROSA install, a rollout solar array. She also assisted with the trundle
Então
bearing
mais cedo
assembly removal and is now securing
Jasmin
a
então
wire
removeu
or
aquela
Ethernet
aquela
cable to
caixinha
the space station.
amarela, né, que nós vimos mais cedo, né, para futuras instalação então do painel solar AIROSA. Nós estamos aí então com imagens divididas, né, entre a Jasmin Moghbeli e a Loral O'Hara. Loral O'Hara então que concluiu aí seu trabalho até o momento na parte então da substituição então dos rolamentos do painel solar.
And again, minding that race ring that you just beautifully greased. And Jaws, for you, once we get done with this task, we're going to have you move back down to assist Laurel with the install.
E depois a nossa parte, né, nossa outra parte da caminhada de hoje, né, será então aí agora logo depois a parte então da remoção, né, da caixa eletrônica do grupo de radiofrequência aí de uma antena de comunicações. Estamos então seguindo aí na transmissão de hoje, lembrando que domingo dia 5 então teremos missão de carga aí da CRS 29. Então agora estamos na parte aí terminando aí os trabalhos, né, parte de instalação agora. Novamente aí então terminando o trabalho aí no painel solar.
And Laurel, we see you.
And are you sure the problem's not what's above it?
Yeah, standby 1 Jaws for Laurel. Your go-to, now you've got that bearing package on, you can access your PGT, and we're going to be driving bolt number 2.
Copy.
And Jaws, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying the problem might be above it, but I'll try to get it to stay.
As you can see, Loral O'Hara is using the pistol grip tool. She will drive 3 bolts to securely fasten the new trundle bearing assembly to the solar array rotary joint. Again, these pieces are what help the solar arrays turn as they track the sun and store power for the International Space Station.
If it gets pulled outboard or outboard from the cable on top.
Copy, we see that. Do you have any other suggestions if the intent is to get that flipped 180 and not pulling hard on that tether point? Is there anything else you could see that could help?
Can I undo and redo this front check? Or is that really, no?
All right, Jaws, yes, you are go to unhook and rehook that. For Laurel, your settings are alpha 1, clockwise 2, and reminder that the straw bolt 2 will engage the bearing arm onto the race ring. So alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Copy. Right.
And it'll be bolt number 2, the draw bolt. It's going to be 12 to 14 turns to torque, and if needed, you can push from behind.
Okay, copy. I've got alpha 1, clockwise 2, yep. Having 12 to 14 turns.
That's right, and
and say again.
Yeah, 12 to 14 turns on draw bolt 2. And
bolt number
2.
Okay.
And you can push from behind if you need to. And just a reminder that slight side loads can torque out an alpha 1 setting, so just be real careful.
Okay, copy. I keep my TV off.
Copy, you see that?
Okay, and as I work this down, you need me to leave some slack?
Checking. Yes, there does need to be some slack in the cable to allow for the panning and tilting.
Copy.
And big picture for both of you, we're about 3 hours in. We are happy with the progress, especially on that ever so important TBA. Just for your awareness, we've replanned the timeline to where we are going to go after the TBA bolts, but we are not going to do the procedure to bring it back in the airlock. Sorry for the wedge clamps, I meant. So for big picture, for the replanned timeline, we are right on time. We're about 3 hours in. Limited consumables, still battery EV2.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
As the crew members continue their tasks, the timeliners have reworked today's timeline. The RFG, the radio frequency group, will not be removed from its stanchion as was previously planned. However, it will be prepped for removal on a future spacewalk with some clamps being removed.
And Laurel, it might help if you put your end effector down on one of the adjacent handrails that you can kind of push against.
I do call. Okay, and let me know when you've got a good view.
And Jazz, if you go to your right just a little bit, then we can see the hook.
What's that?
We're talking about it, Jazz.
Yeah, so you can see it.
All right, Jazz, we are happy with the configuration for CP8, so you can go ahead and translate down and reconnect the connector.
Okay, copy.
Nice effort. We know that's a tough task with a lot of gray area.
In this helmet camera view, Loral O'Hara continues driving the 3 bolts that will secure the new trundle bearing assembly to this solar array rotary joint. Meanwhile, Jasmin Moghbeli is completing her Ethernet cable tieback. She will remate a cable that was demated previously before moving on to her next task.
Hey, Laura, we think another thing that may help is if you want to hand start that bolt. If you want to hand start that bolt rather than trying to use the PGT, that might stabilize the whole package.
Okay.
And you may have to use one hand to push on the back and then one hand to hand start.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, and made it over center, no side, no bend pins, good EMI band, and I'm just taking a look at this config. Let me back out a little, maybe you'll get a better view.
Okay, we copy, and we got the inspection and made it over center. Appreciate it.
Okay, let me know when you've got a good view.
And Jaws, we are happy with that configuration. We're going to do some checkouts here. You can go down to assist Laurel as needed on the install.
Okay, copy. And where did my bag go? Oh my. Didn't I sell my bag on 3683?
And that's the one that was called out, but I think you may have stowed it a little bit more outboard toward Laurel's work site.
And I've got on bolt 2. Counted 11 turns. Got a good green light. Work 0.4.
Copy, Bolt 2, 11 turns, checking. And Jaws, I think you're kind of one block zenith from where your bag is. If you go back toward face 1 to 3681 and 3802, you should find your crew lock bag.
You're saying go back later?
Yep, got back toward face 1. Back toward where your rich man's fair lead is.
That's mine. Okay, stand by.
And Laura, we're still talking about Bolt 2, standby 1.
Okay.
And Laura, did you know how much hand start did you get before those 11 turns on the PGT?
I didn't hand start it at all.
Okay, copy.
And for what it's worth, the PG is 12.3. That we don't use outside.
And for Laurel, we're going to hit it with one more turn. It's a little bit lower than expected. So on that Alpha 1 clockwise 2, go ahead and do bolt number 2 to torque.
Está assistindo ao canal Wilper TV, estamos aí então transmitindo para vocês a caminhada espacial de número 89 da expedição 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos com tempo já de duração de caminhada 3 horas e 17 minutos. Pelo horário de Brasília, 12 horas e 23 minutos. Ainda estamos terminando aí nosso trabalho lá na parte então do painel solar, né, pela astronauta Loral O'Hara, né, são as astronautas da NASA que estão fazendo o trabalho hoje, né, a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. A primeira caminhada espacial delas. Então tivemos aí uma perda de comunicação. Vídeo. Estamos aí de volta então na estação, no centro de controle de Houston.
Satellites that allow us to communicate with video and audio to the space station. We'll regain that shortly. In the meantime, Moghbeli is going to retrieve a crew lock bag before heading back to the airlock, stowing that.
Então lembrando que a caminhada espacial começou às 9h05 da manhã. E estamos aí transmitindo desde as 7h25.
It's been about 3 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, copy.
Do not see my bag.
And Jaws, when you stowed it, was it close to the large ORU bag? We're wondering if maybe Laurel put it inside of the large ORU bag, or if it got stowed or tied up in there.
And I thought I stowed it on 3683 by the camera.
Okay, understand. We'll take a look at it for right now if you want to get in a good position to assist Laurel. And for Laurel, you're looking for Alpha 2 clockwise 2, and you're going to be driving Bolt 1 to torque. And note that if it doesn't bite on the first kind of couple of turns, you may need to use a hand behind the bolt. This has had some issues grabbing the first threads. So just try to see if the bolt is kind of free spitting or if it really bites on it. So again, Bolt 1 to torque, Alpha 2 clockwise 2. You're expecting around 6 turns.
We've got Alpha 2 clockwise 2 set, expecting 6 turns on Bolt 1.
Good read back, Laurel.
Hey, Jess. Hey. Okay, well, what can I help with? I'm just about to drive bolt 1, and I think I'm going to be in a good position. Okay, so I'll just stay out of your way then. We just hold this for a second, my PK. Yeah, give me 1 second to throw in any orientation on the sector. I can just... Okay, I can take it. Okay. Think I'm good? Okay. Hey, I'm on bolt 1, driving 6. Copy.
And we copy.
Hey, I got about 5.5 turns, green light, torque 3.6.
Okay, we copy. That is a good bolt. So the next thing we're going to do is drive bolt 3 to torque, 2 to 4 turns, and that's also alpha 1 clockwise 2, bolt 3.
Hey, alpha 1, clockwise 2, bolt 3.
Good read back.
Jess, could you help me count turns on this one? Yeah. I'm in a good position. Okay. Do I look straight on the bolt? You do now. Okay. Starting turn. Okay, copy. 1. Okay, that torqued out, I think. Green light. Torque 2.1. That was 1 turn.
Copy 1 turn, and we copy the torque. Stand by 1.
Between 1 and 2 turns.
Copy. We're checking. Stand by 1.
(12h30) pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos assistindo aqui o canal UPTV. Estamos aí vendo a caminhada espacial de número 89 pelo lado americano na Estação Espacial Internacional pela expedição 70. Estamos aí com as imagens então das câmeras no capacete à esquerda da Jasmin Moghbeli e da direita Loral O'Hara. Ainda estamos trabalhando na parte do painel solar. Estamos aí também chegando na marca de 3h30 de caminhada, faltando aí 3 horas para o término, né, o tempo aproximado.
All right, we're going to have you just check your body position, side loading, etc., and verify alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to just reattempt and let us know if you get any turns.
Okay, alpha 1 clockwise 2 is checked. And then, Jaws, do you just want to back me up on if I'm straight on this bolt? Okay, copy. From my perspective, it is. I can't. Yep. Now you are. Okay, and it looks like my perspective. That looks good. And yeah, I'm not getting any additional turns, and I'm seeing torque 2.3.
Okay, we copy. Checking. Okay, Laurel, we're going to release it for a turn and then reattempt. So go ahead and set Bravo 1, counter 2, Bravo 1, counter 2, and you're going to release one turn on bolt 3.
Copy. Bravo 1, counter 2, release one turn.
Good read back.
And say again the bolt.
And we're on bolt number 3.
And which bolt?
Bolt number 3.
Okay, copy. That's what I thought. Just wanted to. Bolt number 3. You look good from, there you go. One. There's one turn released.
Copy, and we're going to set Alpha 1 clockwise 2 again, Alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to drive that to torque. And we're hoping for 2 turns.
Alpha 1. Okay, copy. Okay, looks good. Okay. 1. I'm just doing one turn. Yeah. Yeah, you're straight on. Wait, 4.
Okay, we copy. Okay, we're going to increase the torque just a little bit, so we're going to set Alpha 2 clockwise 2, Alpha 2 clockwise 2, and go ahead and drive that, and hoping for one turn.
Copy. Do you want me to, I just need to adjust my TCV real quick. Okay. Wait, just so we have 2 eyes on it. Okay, my TCV is set to 3.
Copy, Jaws, TCV set to 3.
Okay, I've got eyes on. Okay. And Jaws, are you close enough? See those 2 the French hooks with the rets on them? Where are they? Right next to the bubble socket. Are you close enough to or even if you pull the TBA bag back a little bit, they should go with it. Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. Sure.
Já estamos aí chegando na nossa marca de 3 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada espacial até o momento. Faltando aí 3 horas ainda pela frente aí no esperado.
Looks straight. Looks good. How's that look? Looks good. He's driving. Copy.
3.5 hours into today's spacewalk.
I went up a little bit. Okay, ready? Yeah. Move like maybe an eighth of a turn. Yeah.
Okay, we copy. Checking.
Green light 3.1 on the torque.
Copy, green and 3.1. Checking.
O'Hara continues installation of the new trundle bearing assembly, now being assisted by Jasmin Moghbeli. This setup is similar to what we saw earlier, where Moghbeli is providing additional support to O'Hara as she drives these bolts using the pistol grip tool. The spacewalkers were informed earlier.
I think you're on top of the TVA bed right now. Okay. A little bit. Yeah. Just okay. Just don't slide any stuff over here. Okay.
All right, we're going to reset the torque, we're going to release this a turn and then set it back at the lower torque. So if you could set your PGT to Bravo 1 counter 2, Bravo 1 counter 2, and you're going to release bolt 3 1 turn.
See, Bravo 1 counter 2, 1 turn, 3. Looks good. One turn. One turn.
Copy, and you can go ahead and set the PGT to Alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to drive it back into torque.
Have Alpha 1 clockwise 2. Looks good. Right there. Yeah.
Due to some of the unexpected issues removing the trundle bearing assembly earlier, the crew will not be able to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, as previously planned.
Copy, 1 turn and 2.4, we're talking about it.
However, they will remove some clamps on the RFG itself. This will set it up for removal on a future spacewalk.
All right, nicely done, ladies. We're going to call that a good bolt, and we're going to continue. So you can stow the PGT. Want you to verify that you have no grease on your gloves and on the cable and the cap, and we're going to be doing NZGL ops.
Copy. Got a little bit of grease on the outer part of my glove, nothing on my palm.
Okay, copy.
If you can see of a view.
Yeah, we do see that. The important part for the NZGL ops is we don't want to get any grease, obviously, on the connections. So this time you can transfer the RET from the bearing package onto the cap.
I can. Copy.
And that's the cap on, the one you got in your hand, the one on the cable.
Another satellite handover, but
Então aí
trundle bearing
perdemos aí
assembly or
contato de vídeo
TPA
novamente
install
com a estação.
continues.
Daqui a pouco eu volto. Estamos aí então com 3 horas e 35 minutos de caminhada espacial
O'Hara has
completada
completed
neste
driving
momento.
the 3 bolts necessary to attach the TBA.
No horário de Brasília, 12 horas e 41 minutos.
from the inboard receptacle and stow it in the TBA
Lembrando que a
bag
caminhada
there.
espacial teve início aí às 9h05 da manhã, no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí acompanhando as primeiras caminhadas espaciais das astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara.
So we're going to get both those caps off and get a good inspection while we do so.
A good view from the helmet camera of Loral O'Hara as she...
Do you want me to hold your back or anything, Laurel? Okay. Good right now.
Laurel now removing a twist cap, an NZGL, which stands for NASA Zero Gravity Lever.
Camera views of the bag being at the Sarge work site. So if you want to look around, we saw it earlier. So if you want to kind of retrace your paths back to CP8 and kind of around that work site to see if you can get your eyes on crew lock bag P.
Okay, copy. Good news. Okay, so you want me to go do that now?
Yep, I think Laurel's got the connections, and so we'll give a good effort to find that crew lock bag.
Copy. And I have the twist cap off.
Now that the work with the pistol grip tool is complete, O'Hara is removing these caps.
And it's back in the spare bag.
Okay.
Spare bag.
And sorry, are both caps back in?
Nope, working on the second one.
Copy.
She will then mate one NASA Zero Gravity Lever to the solar array rotary joint.
Okay, I'm headed back inboard.
After this work is complete, she will reinstall the Sarge cover removed at the beginning of this spacewalk.
All of our connections are working there.
Those caps are back in the bag.
Okay, copy. At this time, we'll take a good inspection on the receptacle and the NZGL. And then we're going to mate the TBA NZGL to the Sarge receptacle on the inboard side.
Okay, we have good pins. The DMI band, no fog. The receptacle is still good. Going.
Copy. You are go to mate.
Copy. My tether's going between my feet again, so just going outboard a bit to try to clear that.
Copy. And Jaws, as you're retracing your steps, if you go up a little bit more towards CP8, we have kind of a video of it earlier getting tacked down to a handrail that's up closer to CP8. So I'd retrace your steps back up that way.
Okay, copy. Yeah, I think I still got the tether, 50 tether wrapped around my legs.
Okay, copy. Yeah, let's clear that first.
Or behind my back, rather. Okay, the NZL is made its full forward over center.
Copy. At this time, we can perform a HECA survey of the TBA work site. And then we're going to be cleaning up our tools from there. Our next step, obviously, is going to be to install that cover. It's a great view. And just make sure we don't have any extra tools or tethers down in that work site. And we're going to stow things back in the ORU bag. And you can report the inventory as you clean up. Don't stow anything inside of the degraded bag. And if something wasn't opened, like crew lock bag T, then we do not need to inventory it.
Copy. Are those views?
And Laurel, if you want to transfer your camera to you, right now is a good time to do so.
Copy. I will do that. Okay, and so I'm back at my rich man and transloading towards CP8.
Copy.
And I'm at CP8.
And if you come a little bit ISS inboard and just kind of follow that handrail path, maybe along there.
ISS inboard. Okay, I'm looking inboard. I don't see my bag.
Copy. And we are also checking.
Moghbeli is working to locate her crew lock bag, which she will then take back to the airlock before picking up a new bag in the airlock and heading out to the next work site.
I thought it was this handrail right here.
Yeah, we do, and we're just looking at the video.
Copy.
Hey, Johns, from where you are, just on the other side of CP8, there's a couple of handrails on the aft side of station that you can kind of reach if you just reach past CP8 right there, and just double check on those. It's just on the other side.
Copy.
Yeah, you see one right there, and then there's one inboard as well. Just want to check both those.
Você está assistindo então ao canal Grupo PTV, estamos aí em tempo de duração de caminhada até o momento, 3 horas e 45 minutos, pelo horário de Brasília, 12 horas e 51 minutos. Estamos aí então na transmissão aí da primeira caminhada espacial das astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara, da expedição então, número 70.
Alright, so for EV2, I am reassembling my TDA bag, and I did not get into the T bag.
Okay.
So that's still intact. My camera is now on my mini workstation, along with the red that it was on in the larger U bag. The trash bag, large trash bag, is back in the TDA bag. I have one wipe on a ret. I have one loose ret, the contingency ret. I have my TA bag.
Okay, we copy, Laurel. And standby one for Jaws. I'm going to have you pick up your adjustable fair lead, and we're going to have you move in and start getting ready for the SSRMS setup.
Okay, copy. And I'm going all the way back to the airlock, correct?
And that is correct, yes. We're going to go back and retrieve crew lock bag R. So big picture, you're going to be heading back in, picking up your green hook, and then coming down the front of the lab. We're going to do the adjustable fair lead there, and then go back to the airlock to get crew lock bag R.
Copy.
Estamos aí então com a tempo de caminhada, 3 horas e 48 minutos. Né? Como vocês podem perceber, então a Loral O'Hara, né? Então já concluiu ali o seu trabalho, né? Na parte ali da instalação, né? Já estão guardando ali as coisas. E devemos aí seguir para um outro ponto na estação. Vamos aguardar.
And Laurel, as you're cleaning up, reminder that we'll want to know how many used dry wipes are in your large trash bag, if any.
3 hours and 50 minutes into the EVA.
Inside out and then rebundled it.
Okay.
Is that okay, or do you want it in the large trash bag?
Nope, that's a good config.
Copy.
So as you get that buttoned up, just let me know when you're in position to do the Sarge cover, and I'll get steps for you there.
Copy.
And for Jaws, as you head back towards your green hook, reminder you're going to head back inboard on the zenith side of face 1, come down at bay 16, and inboard to the FHRC, and we'll pick up our green hook there.
Copy.
Moghbeli is heading back to the airlock to retrieve the next crew lock bag that she'll use at the next work site. Meanwhile, Loral O'Hara is continuing work at the solar array rotary joint.
Okay, we copy. So the next thing we'll do is
Retrieving the cover.
That's it. As you get the cover, just a reminder that these Fairchild fasteners are pretty touchy, so we want to minimize side loading. And what you're going to do is to position Sarge cover 2 into its original orientation with a 2-bolt side inboard. and then you're going to drive one turn by hand on each of the cover bolts, 4 of them, not the ones that are next to the tether point, but the other 4. And you have cuff page 6 has all the details for the Sarge cover install.
Okay.
O'Hara continues to work at the solar array rotary joint location. She's installing the thermal covers that she removed earlier to also expose the trundle bearing assembly, which has also been removed and replaced.
And hey, Laurel, before you get that cover on, kind of a fun question. There's a serial number on the mount package, and we were wondering if you could read that to us.
Okay. $9056.
Copy, we appreciate that. Back to plan A, we can install that cover, one turn by hand on each of the bolts, the 4 bolts that are not by the tether point.
See. Right, serial number. I'm kidding.
And as you get this on, we recommend you start with 3A, which is the farthest one away from the tether point.
Okay. Working my way and got my DRT again.
Está assistindo o canal WilPTV pelo horário de Brasília, 13 horas. Estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 89, pela expedição de número 70, né? Estamos aí concluindo a primeira parte aí da caminhada, né? Estamos a Jasmin Moghbeli concluiu a parte dela do Lock. E agora a Loral O'Hara está concluindo então a parte do trabalho dela aí, onde ela fez então substituição aí e instalação da parte aí do painel solar, no caso foi a substituição então e instalação aí de um dos 12 conjuntos de rolamentos, né, que foram aí substituídos aí agora. Nesse momento então a Loral O'Hara ela conclui, né, fechando aí a tampa aí. E no tempo da caminhada espacial estamos aí com 3 horas e 55 minutos de caminhada. O total de caminhada esperado hoje é de 6 horas e 3 minutos e 30 minutos. Lembrando que a caminhada espacial então teve o início às 9h05 da manhã.
Okay, going down the port strut.
Copy. Have you coming down the strut, and then we're going to cross over that gap spanner to 252, and you're going to be doing it a rich man's fair lead on 252.
Copy, 252. Laura, you doing okay? I'm good.
On the right side of your screen, Loral O'Hara works to re-secure the SARJ solar array rotary joint cover that was removed earlier to allow access for removal and replacement of the trundle bearing assembly, which has been successfully completed. Meanwhile, Jasmin Moghbeli is heading back to the airlock. She'll retrieve a new crew lock bag, essentially a tool bag. The next big task for these crew members is to start work on the RFG, that's the radio frequency group. Steve Bowen and Sultan Al
Então, a próxima etapa então do nosso trabalho aí na Estação Espacial é a remoção então da caixa de radiofrequência.
Fully remove the RFG today. However, they will remove a couple of clamps that are attached and put it in a good configuration for removal on a future spacewalk. We're coming up on 4 hours since the start of the spacewalk this morning at 7:05 a.m. Central.
Bravo. I went for a bolt of opportunity.
Okay, bolt of opportunity, we'll take it.
Probably tricky to get my hand. Okay, 2 alphas hand started as well.
Copy, nicely done.
I will work on 3 alphas. 3 alpha and 3 bravo.
Quatro horas completadas de caminhada espacial até o momento. Você está assistindo ao canal Will PTV, estamos aí, então chegamos na marca de 4 horas de caminhada. Pelo horário de Brasília, 13 horas 5 minutos. Então, nesse momento, a parte do painel solar, né, trabalho concluído aí pela Loral O'Hara. E agora nós vamos seguir, então, até o ponto da antena, onde teremos, então, a remoção da caixinha de radiofrequência. E a Jasmin Moghbeli, né, então, realizou aí o trabalho da remoção de um suporte aí também no painel solar, né, que servirá para futuras instalações do painel solar aerossa, e também ela fez aí o trabalho de dar aquela olhada geral aí na estação, né, para ver se está tudo em ordem.
Just over 4 hours into today's spacewalk. Again, that's starting at 7:05 a.m. Central Time.
Transfer lead on 252.
Okay, and if you just look up and left, we're just seeing your safety tether. Maybe that's your expected routing, but your safety tether kind of goes up above your head, and then it's just kind of caught a little bit on the MLI on that strut. So just make sure that's at a good config.
If I can. Yeah, I mean, I think that will release at the end of the EVA when I head back. Like once I go outboard of that MLI.
Yeah, we concur. So you can go ahead and take the gap spanner now down to the front side of ESP2 and around ESP2 back toward the airlock, just keeping in mind that your tether is going to be pulling in a different direction than usual.
Okay, copy.
Hey, big picture for both of you. We're about 4 hours into the EVA. We're about 30 minutes down on the updated timeline. But just for awareness, because we're not going to be bringing the RFG back in, we're going to forgo ARM operations for today. We are going to have you access the backside of the RFG, and we're going to work those wedge clamps, but we're not going to set up the APFR to do so.
Copy. Okay, copy. And which one of these? Oh, never mind. They were both of these bolts were engaged earlier.
Yes, we believe so. Actually, we think that 3 alpha was not engaged initially.
Okay, that's what Are we trying to re-engage it, or am I just going for 3 Bravo?
If we can engage all of them, that's great. If you are not able to access that, then that's okay too.
Copy. I can, I'm not sure it's 3, if I can push the bolt just kind of all the way down into the hole. So I'm not sure if I can do that with all of them.
Okay. No, that makes sense. And we're talking about it right now to get the steps for the PGT. Just as you know, these bolts are kind of touching, so the concern is kind of stripping them or breaking them with any side loading on the bolts if we don't already have the first thread in. So that's why we've got these hand turns first. But stand by one, and I'll get you the words for PGT.
I feel like, especially with 3 Bravo, there's this piece of MLI right here, so it's hard to come straight in and not put head loads on the bolts with my hand, with the size of my glove.
Copy, and that may be the issue why 3 alpha wasn't done in the first place. So we've rediscovered MLI problems.
Yeah, there's the lip on the cover frame for both of them, and then MLI for Bravo. Like, it was easy to get 2A and 2B.
Okay, copy. We understand you've got a hand start on 2A and 2B, and that not yet on 3A and 3B.
I think that 1A, 1 Alpha, 1 and Bravo will be similarly challenging as Alpha and 3 Bravo.
We're talking about it, Laurel.
Okay.
Okay, Laurel, we can switch to the PGT at this time, so you can get your PGT. We're going to go alpha 1, clockwise 2. And again, very touchy bolts, so if you could make sure that we're putting downward pressure on them, no side loads, and we really want to make sure that that bolt is in the receptacle prior to turns.
Copy.
Loral O'Hara continues work reattaching the solar array rotary joint cover that she removed earlier to access the trundle bearing assembly. That assembly has been successfully removed and replaced. Additionally, Moghbeli earlier removed the H fixture that will allow for a future International Space Station rollout solar array installation. Moghbeli also completed the Ethernet cable untwisting task.
I have eyes on the onion pin. And around the aft side of SP2.
Copy, great view. And you guys are just about to come down the west coast of the U.S.
Copy. And say again, settings, I've got alpha 1.
Affirmative. Alpha 1, clockwise 2, and we're only going to go for the 4, not the ones by the tether point quite yet. So 3A, 3B, 2A, 2B.
See?
And you're going to drive 2 turns, exactly 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns.
And to
But
And Laurel, just to clarify, you're going to do exactly 2 turns on the ones that you were able to hand start, and you're going to go 3 turns exactly on the ones that you were not.
Okay, copy. Do you think it would be helpful to do those 2 turns on the 2 I was able to hand start first? Just to help align the other ones, or is it better to have some play these fasteners?
And yeah, going after the ones that you did not hand start may be advantageous. And Jaws, we see you back at the airlock.
Okay. And I'm good to open thermal cover?
You're good to open the thermal cover.
Então aí com 4 horas e 10 minutos de caminhada espacial já concluídas pelos astronautas da NASA Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Pelo horário de Brasília, 13 horas e 16 minutos. Jasmin Moghbeli. Então aí está novamente aí na cápsula no Quest, na câmera de ar.
Back into the airlock. She's going to be retrieving the crew lock bag you see there at the top left before moving out to the next work site.
Está aí na câmera de ar de novo aí da Quest.
The crew members will not be removing
Por onde elas saíram.
entirely today. That stands for radio frequency group, but we'll be preparing it for removal on a future spacewalk.
Retrieving crew lock bag R, and you're going to keep the large small ret on the crew lock bag.
Copy.
O ideal também pega aí a sua maleta de ferramentas.
I'm not getting any engagement in these bolts.
Okay,
I
copy.
wonder if the socket is too deep to
Enquanto isso, a Loral O'Hara já termina aí o trabalho lá no painel solar.
Copy, and you may need to just push on the cover as well, because the cover is probably going to pull that bolt back a little bit. And you may need your end effector to react against.
Ela está terminando ali de fechar ali a tampa
And you may be able to use your end
de
effector on
proteção.
the tether point of the adjacent one if you want to be kind of right next to it. Disregard that suggestion, but there is the handrail right there.
Okay, copy. Yeah, it's where I want my end effector. Hopefully it's not interfere. Challenge with the PVC is it getting in close enough that I can push the cover down.
Yeah, copy. I don't know if going body up may help to try to be able to pull against the seat of handrail while pushing the PGT.
Well, I can push the PGT. Were you saying to push the cover down as well?
Bem, aqui no nossa transmissão, né? Chegamos aí à marca de 6 horas de transmissão neste momento. Estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial de número 89 pelo lado americano, da expedição 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional. Com as astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Estamos aí então com o tempo de duração até o momento de 4 horas e 16 minutos.
Called to the crew, we're in another satellite handover and we'll regain video and audio communications with the space station shortly. Loral O'Hara continues to reinstall the solar array rotary joint cover that was removed
Nesse
earlier today.
momento já foi concluída a parte então da parte do painel solar. Incluindo aí a substituição então dos rolamentos aí do painel solar. Horário de Brasília, 13 horas e 22 minutos.
Two turns on 2 Bravo, and this isn't the final turns, right?
Yeah, that's correct, just the 2 turns.
Okay. All right, let's see.
And so at this time, just for big picture, we need 3 turns on 3 bolts in order for it to be able to remove that tether. And so we can try to hand start or PGT start any of the other 4 for a total of 3 turns.
Even 1, alpha, or bravo?
Yes, if you can access those around the tether, then yes, you can try those.
Great. And the thermal cover is closed. RFG bag is on my DRT, checking my safer handles now.
Copy.
Right side is down.
Copy, right side down. We'll also take a glove and a hat when you're done with the left side check.
Copy. Okay, left side is down.
Copy, and a glove and a hat, please.
Então, nesse momento, o Loral O'Hara conclui ali o seu trabalho na parte do painel solar.
I try moving my BRT.
Copy,
And
Laurel.
going heads up like you.
Estamos aí, então, seguindo bem aí, de acordo com o cronograma.
Do you want gloves or good?
Copy, gloves. At this time, you can translate back to the ESP2 work site. Reminder that you've got the setup, ESP2 setup steps. There are going to be some variation since we're not using the arm, but those should be obvious. So we're going to translate starboard around ESP2, and we're going to tack that crew lock bag down on handrail 8007.
Copy. 8007.
As you heard from Ground IV and McLean speaking with O'Hara and Moghbeli.
Just after the RFG.
Yeah, copy.
The crew will not be using the Canadarm2 today to assist them in the RFG removal, that's radio frequency group. And again, due to the difficulties that were experienced today, the crew members won't remove the RFG entirely, but instead will prepare it for removal on a future spacewalk.
Okay, seatbelt, safety tethers. And I will try to say either of both of them.
Copy.
looking for 8007 on the port side.
And that's on the starboard side. It should be just after the RFG.
Sorry. Starboard is what I meant. Thank you.
You were going to the right place.
Yeah.
It's not a bad translation without the pool NBL structure in the way, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely better. Okay, I'm at 8007.
And Laurel, Jaws is in a good breakout position. We want to know your opinion on whether it's you think it'd be helpful to get these remainder bolts with both of you working on it.
I don't think so. My feeling. It's just, I mean, one person could hold the panel down, I guess, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much leverage they could get on it while someone's also in there with the PD or even just their hands.
Okay, we
I think I'm in a better position now to have one hand on the PD.
Okay. Let us know how that one works, just for your awareness. We've got your heck off again.
Okay, copy.
All right, for Jaws, if you want to retrieve the large small ret from that crew lock bag, and you can connect the small hook to the inner stanchion of the starboardmost spare joint fram handrail, just one of those handrails that's in between the RFG and just aft of it.
The small hook goes to that handrail, the large to 8007, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The large or the small hook on the stanchion, and then the large hook can stay on 8007. That's what we're going to use once we pull the MLI back.
Yeah, copy. And my TCV is set to 4.
Copy. EV1 TCV 4.
Okay, I got one alpha driven 2 turns, the PTC.
Copy. 1 alpha has 2 turns.
I'm going to go for 1 Bravo. And I have 1 Bravo driven with 2 turns.
Okay, copy. Nice work.
Thanks. Nice job, Laurel.
Yeah, very nice job, Laurel. Do you think that
to get in the right position?
we'd like to give the old college try on the 3s again, if you think you can get in a good potty position for those?
Okay. Copy.
And for Jaws, in case you get done with that tether and we're talking, your next step after that is going to be to release the quarter turn fasteners. There's a total of 10 on them around the RFG.
Copy. Okay, the RG bag is stowed on 8007. Secure.
Copy.
And it's just a temp stow, so I don't need to really tack it down, or?
Yeah, but it's a temp stow location because we actually move it to another location if we were going to do the RFG remove. We'll probably, we may leave it there for now, so however you think it's secure.
Okay, copy. Okay, and it looks like I was able to start 3 Bravo.
We are going to start engraving the trophy down here.
The alpha seems to just... I don't know about that. A while. And then we also have the one that I loosened on cover 3.
Yes, we are tracking that one. How many turns did you get on the hand start?
That one? I haven't done anything with the cover 3-1 alpha.
Oh, no, sorry.
Or, sorry, 1 Bravo. And then the other, for 3 Bravo, I put 2 turns with the PGT.
Okay, 3 Bravo, you got 2 turns with the PGT. So we got 2 turns on the 1s and the 3 Bravo. 3 Alpha, we have no turns on, and we have a total of 3 turns on the 2s.
Correct.
Então, canal UPTV. E completamos agora a marca de 4 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada. Caminhada número 89 da expedição número 70 na Estação Espacial Internacional. Pelo horário de Brasília agora são 13 horas e 36 minutos. Estamos então aí transmitindo desde as 7h25 da manhã. Lembrando que a caminhada espacial começou às 9h05 da manhã pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando a primeira caminhada espacial das astronautas da NASA, a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara.
And say again, Laurel.
One feels very. I did try 2 turns on 3 Alpha, but I can try again if you like.
No, we don't need to retry it. So we'll go on to the final torquing.
Okay.
So we're going to access the 1s first, so the ones closest to the tether point. And you are go to release your tether. And we're going to drive.
Okay, I'll just keep driving. And I'll get the tether. That's okay?
Sure. As long as it's not in your way. So we got Alpha 1 clockwise 2.
Not my way.
And we're going to drive to torque on the 1s.
Okay, copy. I've got Alpha 1, clockwise 2 set, and I'm driving to torque.
Good read back.
Just over 4 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, Loral O'Hara reinstalling the solar array rotary joint cover.
I put 5 turns on Alpha 1. Green light, torque 2.4.
Copy, 2.4.
This view from helmet camera of Jasmin Moghbeli, who is at the RFG, the radio frequency group, and working to remove some fasteners. Again, we won't be removing
Estamos
the
vendo
entire
então a câmera
RFG
da
today as was
Jasmin,
planned. However,
Jasmin
they will put it into
Moghbeli, né? Onde
configuration
então ele
for
está
future
fazendo a
removal.
parte da remoção aí
Torque 2.4.
da caixa então do grupo de radiofrequência.
Those are good bolts for 1A and B. Again, same PGT setting, alpha 1, clockwise 2, and you're going to drive to torque 3 alpha, 3 bravo, 2 alpha, 2 bravo.
Okay, we didn't start 3 alpha, so I'm going to do same. Could you repeat that?
Yep, and Loral, sorry, I was just double checking that. So your alpha 1, clockwise 2, you do not need to worry about bolt 3 alpha, the one that we couldn't get hand started, but we will hit the cover 3 bolt with that same alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, copy.
And Jaws, nice work on the quarter turn fasteners. We see you making your way around there.
Okay. I came off, I think it was 4 turns, but it may have been 3 turns, but I got 2.3 torque and a green light.
Okay, copy. And what bolt was that?
That was 3 Bravo.
3 Bravo, copy.
And are we still moving the adjustable from the MLI to the clamshell? Or are we forgoing that?
Checking. And yeah, Jazz, we are going to move that adjustable so that we can get the MLI open. So you'll, it should be looped through on the clamshell, so you can release the equipment hook from the MLI tent and put it on the clamshell handhold strap and cinch it down.
Okay, copy. Just trying to make sure I release the right thing. Okay, it looks like this one.
Yeah, so the expected config is that it's looped around the clamshell handholds and attached to itself, and then the hook is on the MLI tent. So we're looking at that hook that's on the MLI tent. We'll remove and put it on the other clamshell one where the wire tie is.
And real quick, am I go to drive 2 Alpha and 2 Bravo? A and 2B?
Yes, you are, and we're also going to do the Alpha 1 clockwise 2 on the cover 3 bolt. So yes, you are go for
Estamos de volta aí com as imagens em Houston. Daqui a pouco retornaremos então com as imagens lá da estação.
Ray? About 3.5 turns. Light 2.4 torque.
We copy?
As we wait to regain communications from video on the International Space Station, this is the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas.
And Laurel, did you say that was a 2.3 torque?
Confirm.
Okay, good bolts. Nice work. So if we can go for the bolt on cover 3.
Okay, copy bolt on cover 3.
Voltamos aí com as imagens da Estação Espacial.
And is that to torque, or do you want me to put the initial 2 turns on it?
Checking. And you can go ahead and drive it to torque, Laurel.
That was 7 turns, 0.3 torque.
Copy. Thank you. That leads us in a great config out there. Really great work on that cover, Laurel. You got some happy people down here.
Excellent.
So at this time, we can stow your PGT. I think you did move the base of the RET, so we'll transfer that RET back onto your swing arm. And you'll be picking up the ORU bag and then just doing a nice good scan to make sure we didn't leave any tools or tethers out there. And we would also love a glove and hap check from you, Laurel.
Okay. I'll stow my PGT and then take it up. Give you 2 nominal gloves and a dry hat.
Copy. Thank you for keeping me out of trouble, Laurel.
Okay, and just so you're aware, so the adjustable equipment tether it's disconnected from the MOI, but I think I need to attach it when I go around the other side.
Okay, we understand. And Judge, if it's easier, you can rotate that clamshell. And if you remember, one of the things that we were going to do is kind of fit check for the snugness on that. And so if you do end up rotating it, we'd love your words on that for awareness for next time.
Okay, copy. Okay, 6 quarter turn fasteners done so far.
Copy.
And now 8.
Copy. 8 quarter turn fasteners.
Right, I have that RET back on my mini workstation where it started. And I think next I'm ready to pick up my barrel leads for my safety tether.
We concur.
And then pick up the trundle bearing bag.
Yep, that's correct. We're going to get the large ORU bag on your BRT, and then you've got, we're counting the 1 fair lead, and then before you get back to your green hook.
Copy. Okay, and all 10 quarter turn fasteners have been released.
Copy that you have
Já
all
podemos ver aí no lado esquerdo da sua tela, né? A astronauta da NASA, então a Jasmin Moghbeli, então fazendo aí o trabalho já de remoção de radiofrequência, né? Aí na antena. Enquanto isso, a Loral O'Hara, né? Só está apenas fazendo aí o air look. Hoje tem o trabalho já concluído.
This view from Moghbeli's helmet camera as she works to remove the MLI or multi-layer insulation cover from the RFG. You also heard McLean reference the SASA, that's the S-band antenna subassembly.
And Jaws, as you're accessing the RFG, this will be our first look at that Z93 paint. If you have any words on the condition of it, or if you see any flaking, just let us know.
Okay, copy. I'll take a good look. So far, it looks pretty good.
Copy.
Now at 4 hours and 45 minutes into the spacewalk, O'Hara has completed the trundle bearing assembly removal, lubrication, and replacement, and has reinstalled the solar array rotary
Então
joint,
a
thermal
O'Hara
cover.
então já completou o trabalho dela de
She'll
substituição
now move to help
e lubrificação lá dos
Moghbeli on
rolamentos,
this,
do
radio frequency
conjunto de
group work.
rolamentos lá no painel solar.
Again, two crew members, Steve Bowen and
E
Sultana
agora
Moghbeli, worked to remove
a
this earlier
Jasmin
this year, but
está
ran into
fazendo o
some
trabalho
unexpected
dela de
issues.
remoção
The
aí
crew
do
today
grupo
will not
de
be able to
radiofrequência.
remove it either, but are putting it in a good configuration for removal on a future spacewalk.
Então peço mais uma vez aí, né, para quem tá visitando aqui o nosso canal, né, se você ainda não deixou o like na transmissão, né, deixa o like, né, de graça, né, então ajudar aí o nosso canal a aumentar a relevância. E se puder também, deixa aí a sua inscrição, né, ajuda bastante também o like e a inscrição.
Some words for both of you while you're working those steps. JAWS CP8, we just got a good checkout on it. The pan and tilt is working. We're not seeing any of the problematic areas that we did before. So nice work on the cable.
Então temos a confirmação que o painel solar voltou a funcionar sem nenhum problema. Depois aí da substituição. O trabalho da Loral O'Hara concluído com sucesso.
And also on the way, we're going to have you do the SETA brake handle get ahead.
Okay, copy.
E no lado esquerdo da sua tela, estamos vendo então a Jasmin Moghbeli. Então aí fazendo o trabalho da remoção então do grupo de radiofrequência aí.
As was shared with the crew members, the tasks that Jasmin Moghbeli is working on right now don't require a second set of hands. Therefore, Loral O'Hara is going to move to working on a get-ahead task.
Wire tie is still fully installed on the clamshell.
It is.
Good news.
About a good view.
That's a great view.
As Moghbeli works to prepare the RFG for removal on a future spacewalk, O'Hara is moving to the starboard portion of the International Space Station to work on the SETA, or Crew Equipment in Translation Aid, cart. She's going to be reconfiguring a brake handle at that location.
All right, I have the TDA bag on my ERT.
Okay, copy, Laurel. One good last look at the work site, make sure everything's picked up, and you'll go to translate inboard and retrieve your green hook below the FHRC at mile marker 9180.
Copy. Work site looks good and clear. I'm picking up my waist tether, translating inboard.
Copy.
We're in another satellite handover and will regain communications with the space station shortly.
At my green location.
Copy. And we just came out of a handover, but I think I copied Laurel saying you have your green hook.
I do.
Okay, you're going to translate inboard to the SETA brake handle location. This is the starboard SETA cart on the portinator brake handle.
Okay. And I said I just got my green location. I'm now picking up my green.
Okay, copy, Laurel. Thanks.
I've got my green hook back on my red reel.
Okay, we understand you have a green hook, and we do have video back. I see you at 3651.
And that adjustable is now tight around the clamshell as well.
Okay, copy, Josh. So you can work that MLI back, and reminder it kind of moves to the back, and then we're going to roll it, and then use the large hook. And there are some soft tether points that are just inside the bolted side of the MLI on the RFG, and that large hook from 8007 goes over the MLI and can kind of tack it down.
Okay, copy.
Laurel, so you going inboard. Reminder as you go past the port SETA cart that we'd like you to depress the SETA brake handles a couple of times on the port SETA cart as you make your way to the starboard one.
Copy.
And sorry, just to clarify, that's the brake release pedals, not the handles.
Copy.
Pelo horário de Brasília, são 2h01. Estamos aí acompanhando a caminhada espacial número 89 pelo lado americano, na Estação Espacial Internacional, pela expedição número 70. E quem está conduzindo então esta caminhada são as astronautas da NASA, a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara. Estamos também chegando na marca de 5 horas de caminhada. Estamos aí, então nos aproximando então da marca de 5 horas. Lembrando que esta caminhada então tem duração de aproximadamente aí de 6 horas e 30 minutos. E a caminhada espacial então teve início às 9h05 da manhã no horário de Brasília, onde então a Loral O'Hara fez aí a parte então de substituição de rolamentos no painel solar. E agora a Jasmin Moghbeli então está fazendo a remoção do grupo de radiofrequência. E lembrando mais uma vez, né, que no dia 5 de novembro, domingo, iremos ter então aí a cobertura da missão CRS-29, a missão de carga então aí da Dragon SpaceX, em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional.
This is on the port seated cart. All right, I'm at the starboard seated cart.
Okay, copy, you're at the starboard seated cart. So just to orient you to the work site, on the nadir port brake handle, you'll see is bent over at a 90-degree angle-ish.
Yep, I'm here and I see it.
All right. And I think it is about exactly 90. Yep, so we're going to straighten it, slide the collar over. You're going to straighten it, then slide the collar over the joint, and then you're going to rotate that collar to engage the pin in the jig groove.
5 horas de caminhada, 5 horas de missão até o momento. Faltando aí, então, em torno de 1h30 para terminar a nossa caminhada espacial.
All right, and then we'll just point that brake toward the MT. That took just a little less time than the TBA.
Really. Okay, and that's pointed towards the MT. Do we have a HECA view or any camera view?
We can, and
Pointed,
that's,
like,
we are...
it's still below the cedar rail, but pointed towards it.
Yep, and that's a great config, Laurel.
Go ahead. Okay, and that's MLI is tended back.
Okay, Jasmin, we hear that the MLI is tended back.
Yeah, affirm view of a view.
Okay, and do you have a good view of the aft side of the RFG where those wedge clamps are?
Standby one.
Copy, and for Laurel, you're heading back to the airlock, picking up the bolt pullers that are on the toolbox on the way.
Okay. Copy. Okay, I'm looking at I can see 4 of them clearly. The center one is hard to see.
Okay, and what we're looking for, we'd like an inspection on the status of RTV on those wedge clamp nuts.
Sorry to pull the MLI back for the nuts, correct?
And yes, there is an MLI that goes around the mounting plate.
EV1, I'm just on the port side of the seated cart now. I'm going to get my TBA bag into a better config. I start heading nadir.
Okay, we copy.
Now over 5 hours into today's spacewalk, Jasmin Moghbeli, whose camera view you have on the left, and you can see there, is wearing the red stripes as EV1 today, continues work on the RFG, the radio frequency group. It was planned to be removed in this spacewalk. However, the spacewalkers will configure it for removal on a future EVA. Meanwhile, NASA's Loral O'Hara has completed a get-ahead task on a crew equipment and translation aid cart.
All right. My waist tether. Getting back under the cart. Copy.
Additionally, today the crew has removed and replaced the trundle bearing assembly.
And I don't know if you've got a good hike of view, but I would say it's probably the overestimate pace of RTV.
Okay, yeah, we don't have a good view just because it's night and it's a little bit dark, but if you can do photos, if there's some flash on there, and any descriptive words we will definitely take.
Copy. And I would say about 1 centimeter depth of RTV on each one, and just fully white.
Okay, copy, Johns. We are going to have you try.
Can you guys tell me about?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ann. I can hold for a second.
Okay, I was just going to let Jaws know we are going to have you try to remove some of that RTV. So if you want to go to the crew lock bag R and pick up the EVA needle nose pliers.
Okay, I'll just get some photos first.
As Moghbeli is at the...
if it's doable, you can get both the needle nose pliers and the dyno cutters. Otherwise, we think maybe the needle nose pliers may be sufficient.
Copy.
Moghbeli is now at the RFG, the radio frequency group. Again, we were looking to remove this today. However, she is going to start that process by removing some RTV. This is a liquid silicone rubber that solidifies at room temperature.
A tether snarl as I'm coming down the seat. Getting back. Snap.
Okay, copy, Laurel.
Here. Oh, and it looks like mine on that same MLI. Again. I'm going to continue heading.
Copy, Laurel. And we did know when Jaws tacked down her safety tether on 252 on the top of the lab, there was a loop of safety tether on some MLI on one of the struts, and that might be what you're seeing too.
Yeah. There's an open TA clamp that it was snagged on.
We copy.
And for those needle nose pliers, you just want them on me?
Yes, you can just stow them on your MWS.
And try. Okay, and I might go to start trying to remove this, or?
Yeah, so for the words, we think if you use the meaty part of the pliers instead of the end, then hopefully it'll come off in kind of a bigger chunk, and you want to have your trash bag ready to place any remnants in.
Okay, copy. Okay, and confirm this plan is still for me to stow this TDA bag. Idea look.
Yes, you'll be picking up the dyno cutters and, the bolt pullers that are on that toolbox, and we're going to stow both the large ORU bag and the bolt pullers back in the airlock.
Okay, copy. And there's no reason I need to transfer this to me, right? I can leave it on the trigger, right?
Yeah, Jazz, that's no problem. If they can reach and stay tethered to the bag, that's fine.
Okay, copy.
On the right side of your screen is Loral O'Hara's camera view. She has moved back to the airlock. She'll be stowing a bag there and picking up some new tools. Jasmin Moghbeli is going to be starting the RTV removal. That's room temperature vulcanizing. It is the liquid silicone rubber that solidifies at room temperature. And removing this RTV should make it easier to remove the entire radio frequency group on a future spacewalk.
Hey, Laurel, I see you. Okay, can you see my tether pack? Stand by one. Yeah, it's up. I see it. Yeah, it's going behind your legs and right under your split. Okay, that's what I thought. I think if I go straight down to the airlock, though, I can clear that. Stand by. I actually don't have a good view right now. No, because spot on the back of your foot. So I'm not going to be able to twist to get rid of it. I don't think so. I mean, if you can get your legs under it, yeah. Alright, so the bolt cutters are on and adjustable, and I am ready to do one of the D-rings on the adjustable, and so I'm just going to release one of the hooks.
Copy, we concur.
And I will just send it down to the airlift.
For both of your awareness, we're about 1 minute from a handout, and we're sitting just over 5 hours of PET. Hard to determine ahead and behind since we're kind of in different procedures, and we're talking about what we'll do for the remainder of the time, but the limiting consumable is still EV2 battery.
Copy.
Está assistindo ao canal do PTV pelo horário de Brasília, são 14 horas e 20 minutos. Estamos aí com um tempo de caminhada de 5 horas e 15 minutos. Estamos vendo então as astronautas da NASA, a Loral O'Hara e a Jasmin Moghbeli. Tivemos aí perda de contato de sinal momentaneamente. Logo voltaremos.
5 hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Estamos então aí com imagens de Houston, centro de controle então da Estação Espacial. Lembrando que a caminhada espacial então teve início às 9h05 da manhã, pelo horário de Brasília. E é a primeira caminhada da Jasmin e da Então lembrando que a Loral O'Hara então realizou o trabalho aí então de remoção e substituição de rolamentos dos painéis solares, e a Jasmin auxiliou então aí nesse trabalho, né, auxiliando então nesse trabalho agora de remoção então do grupo de radiofrequência aí em uma das antenas da estação.
Copy. Okay, I'm back at the airlock and ready to open the thermal cover.
You are go to open the thermal cover.
Então, nesse momento a Loral O'Hara, né, tá ali na câmara de ar oeste, por onde elas saíram.
Back at the airlock, she will stow an orbital replacement unit bag inside before moving to the RFG, the radio frequency group, where Moghbeli is currently working.
Estamos já quase, então, chegando ao fim da caminhada espacial. Mas ainda não é o fim, estamos quase lá. Isso aí, então, é a câmera de ar West, da Estação Espacial Internacional, pelo lado americano, por onde as duas astronautas, então, saíram. Vocês estão aí com as imagens do capacete, então, da câmera no capacete da Loral O'Hara. Então, quem está chegando aí na transmissão, né, não deixe de deixar o like. Ajuda bastante aqui no canal, né? O like que vocês deixam. E a inscrição também é super importante.
And you said to use the thicker part?
Yeah, what we're thinking about when we tried this on the ground was that if you use kind of the thicker part of the needle nose pliers instead of the end, that it's more likely to come off in one big chunk rather than a bunch of little pieces.
Só lembrando que para as transmissões das caminhadas espaciais aqui no canal, o chat fica desativado, tá?
And Jaws, can you just give us a status? Have you been able to pull any of the RTV off?
No, I've tried on a couple, but nothing has come off.
Okay, we copy.
Laurel, are you still at the airlock? Yes. Copy. The trundle bag is in the airlock. And I'm dropping the bolt cutters off here as well, right?
That's correct. The bolt pullers will stay in the airlock. But speaking of cutters for Jaws,
Agora estamos aí com a câmera então da
we
Jasmin.
may have a little better luck on the RTV.
Yeah, and when I tried the dyno cutters during the OSB the other day, it was really hard to get a grip at all on them and have any sort of accuracy.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to get in a better body positioning here.
Copy. And if you have any
It's
recommendations,
hard to get in a position where I'm not hitting.
yeah, that makes sense. And if you can't get to the perfect to spot, any words that you have that can help us develop this one for the next time, we'll definitely take. Whether there's a tool you wish you had or a body position that you wish you could get into.
I mean, I do think if were in the arm and more stable, it would potentially be possible. But right now, I think even if I drop a CRT, I'm afraid I'm going to hit this low gain antenna.
Okay, we copy.
I'm kind of wedged between this, the width extender and the high gain. And then, if I stow my trash bag, at least it's not sticking out. But then I have nowhere to put the RTV.
Copy, and Laurel's just getting out of the airlock, and I'll be over there in a minute if she could assist in either doing the cutters or holding a trash bag.
Okay, copy. And do you have a good view now on the Hecka?
We do. It's not quite the angle that gives us a good insight onto the RTV and the bolts.
Okay. But now.
Yeah, we're looking, Jazz.
Pelo horário de Brasília, são 14 horas e 30 minutos. Você está assistindo então ao canal WillPTV. Estamos aí com o tempo de caminhada espacial até o momento, 5 horas e 24 minutos. E com tempo de transmissão aí de mais de 7 horas. Estamos aí acompanhando desde o início, desde as 7h25 da manhã, no horário de Brasília. Estamos então quase nos aproximando então do fim da caminhada espacial aí de número 89, com a Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara, a expedição número 70 da Estação Espacial Internacional.
RTV from this location. I don't have my trash bag out. Okay, EV2, I've got the pullers out in the airlock. Copy. And one of the UIA ring. I need to figure out this tether snarl before I head that way, I think. Unless there's a clean way for me to clear it en route. Jazz, I might need. Do you need to come look? I might. Okay. Bye. Okay, Laurel, I can see. I think if you rotate, yaw to your left, okay, and just yaw all the way around. Copy. I was thinking it might be easy to do in here. Okay, I see your tether coming up. Now you should see it off your left. Crossing, I think it's crossing. See it now? Right by the, it's just coming out the airlock. Yep, good. You look good. Okay, thanks. That. Okay, and so I'll grab the RFQ wrench. And I'm still not seeing it in a good, you're not? Hang on. Back. Got my green tether reel right in front of me. I see it off your left side, under your BRT, your tether pack. Is it trapped in my BRT or? Rotate towards your head, like roll. Right? Oh yeah, okay. If you bring your left arm, yeah, it's under your BRT. So, rotate off by right. Okay. That'll clear it. And basically just keep doing that. So it comes. Okay, now do you see it? On your left side? Clear? Yeah, but it should be on my right side. It's coming in front of your body and under your BRT, that's all. So, okay.
So Laurel, it may
now from this view, but
for Laurel, it may give you a little bit of space if you want to translate a little bit away from your anchors. We see the thermal cover closed.
Okay.
We're just going to be cleaning up from here. Laurel or Jaws is not too far behind you, and as you translate away, you might be able to clean that up a little bit. It may also help if you undo your BRT from its stowed position. But Jaws, if you want to translate over and help her clear that, but big picture, what we're going to be doing is just cleaning up the MLI on the RFG, and then we're going to be picking up the fare lead on top of the lab and then ingressing.
Copy. Okay, copy. I see, yeah. Rob, yeah, if you unstill your BRT, Laurel, okay, and pull it, kind of up and forward, okay? Sorry, I can't see now that you've rotated.
Ultrapassamos das 5 horas e 30 minutos de caminhada espacial neste momento. Faltando aí menos de 1 hora aí para o final da caminhada.
I think you'll be able to see it. Oh yeah, I see it. It was caught in my BRT. Okay, yeah, it's clear now. So, I think I need to undo my BRT. Thanks. I think I've got it from here, though. Okay, copy.
And
can you say one more time? Do you want me to try an RFG wrench before I pack this bag?
no, we're just going to pack up that bag, but we would like to ask you for a couple of photos of that aft part of the RFG before you put the MLI back on, and then we'll get everything back into the crew lock bag, and then we'll kind of undo everything we did with the MLI, tacking those quarter turn fasteners back down, moving the AET, and then we'll be heading back in.
Okay, copy. Right, and EV2 is back in a good config.
Excellent, Laurel. Nicely done. So if
Okay,
you
Laurel.
want to assist with the RFG cleanup and getting the MLI back over, you're welcome to translate out to the nadir side of ESP2.
Copy.
Yep, so just for next steps, Jaws will have you take a few of those pictures. We don't need an inventory of the bag. We just like a visual confirmation that all the tools are stowed back in the bag. And then Laura will have you and Jaws both do the MLI on the RFG, reset that to a good position, and then Laurel can take the crew lock bag back to the airlock, and Jaws can go pick up her adjustable on the top of the lab and head back to the airlock.
Copy. Copy. I have arrived at RFG. Copy. Guys, I'm just at your head. What's that? I said I'm just at your head. Oh, okay, I see you. So what would be helpful to do? Are you able to go through that gap? Yes, I think so. If you go that way and start working the MLI. Actually, are you able to get photos from where you are? I need to get farther away. I could take some photos here.
In this view, Jasmin Moghbeli, EV1, is up toward the top of the screen with the red stripe on her spacesuit.
Just a reminder to reinstall that mounting plate MLI before the larger MLI.
Copy.
Loral O'Hara, who is EV2 today, is down toward the middle of the screen wearing no stripes on her suit. Both crew members are now at the RFG, the radio frequency group.
Coder keeps pulling me back that way.
And correction to my last, after the photos, you do not need to install that mounting plate to MLI, just the large tent.
Okay, copy. I got some far out photos. Copy.
The crew members will soon begin wrapping up for the day, now 5 hours and 37 minutes into the spacewalk.
I will head between the SSRMS elbow, chair C. What you're thinking? Yeah. And I'll release this large small. And if the adjustable needs to go back onto the MLI?
Yeah, affirmative, so that where you took it off of the MLI tent, we'll have that hook go back to the MLI and cinch it down.
Okay, copy. Guys, I think it's a little, well, it's what? Oh, that translation? I got it. My safety tether is going under it. My arm is way too loose, and so. Judge, I think this is a tight translation path. I'm going to come around. Okay, copy. The nominal way, like for the had me going for the procedure. Yeah, that sounds good. Now move this way. Probably doable.
And Laurel, when you get a chance, I forgot to ask you, when you egress the airlock to do a safer handle check, we can see your left one is down, but if you can do a right safer handle check for us, please.
Okay, copy.
Está assistindo então ao canal UPTV. Estamos aí na marca de 5 horas e 41 minutos de caminhada. Estamos então nos aproximando aí dos momentos finais aí da caminhada.
Copy, good check, thanks.
No horário de Brasília são 14 horas e 47 minutos. Lembrando então, para quem está chegando, que domingo, dia 5 de novembro, teremos aí lançamento com a Falcon 9 Dragon, a SpaceX, para a missão de carga CRS-29.
You want to work your way around the other side, and I can follow you on these? Yeah, that sounds good. I was just going to try to get one on so it's big, but. Okay. Let me grab my tether. Okay, I'm around the turning pin.
Coming up on 5 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, which started at 7:05 a.m. Central Time, Jasmin Moghbeli is reinstalling some multi-layer insulation covering over the RFG. That's the radio frequency group. The crew members are essentially wrapping up their tasks for today and will begin starting to move toward the airlock soon.
Okay, 2 of the 4 are done on this side. Okay, copy. Let me get these 3. I got 2 on this side. Copy. Not like, do they turn all the way? So, yeah, they just turn quarter turn. You've got to get it right in the middle. Now this is tricky. Yeah. Got these started, but not actually all the way to quarter. No, I'm underneath.
And Laurel, from your current position, you may have a target of opportunity in front of you to do the AET repositioning that's on the side of the clamshell. It's kind of off your left shoulder right now.
Copy.
Nice work on those quarter turn fasteners. That's an exciting task at the end of a long EVA, but you guys are doing great.
Okay, I've got 1 more. The 3, I've done 3 total. And my comm cap or the headband is starting to slide over my eyes. Okay, are you still good? You can still see? I can still see.
Okay, you may be able to kind of push it up by putting your back on the back of the helmet.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, for Laurel, we'd like you to pick up the crew lock bag that's by your right hand, and you can start heading back toward the airlock.
Copy.
And if you have any issues seeing or if it falls over your eyes a little bit more, we want you to put down a local wherever you are.
Copy. Laurel, sorry, Josh. No, it's okay. Just what's the status on that side? There are Two done and one is still just in line. Which one? The one on your right side or your left? Or one, the farthest on my right. Okay, copy. All right, I'll see you back at the airlock, Laurel. Okay. Okay, on the three, which side am I on right now? The three on this side are done, Ann.
Okay, we copy. So the AET moving up by your right hand, we see you getting the Velcro there.
Okay, yeah, the AET I'll do from the other side.
Okay. And can you confirm you got that large small ret that we used to tie back the MLI?
Just the large end is released. I did not get the small. I have not retrieved it yet.
Okay, so that small end is still on the frame handrail.
Yes, that's correct. Unless Laurel got it, which I don't believe she did.
Okay, we'll probably have you pick that up, Jaws, as Laurel's picking up that crew lock bag.
Okay, copy.
Jasmin Moghbeli continues to secure the multi-layer insulation on the RFG. Loral O'Hara is picking up a crew lock bag down at the bottom of your screen. Once she picks that bag up, she'll start heading into the airlock.
And Laurel, if you see that headband getting worse at all, then just let us know, and we'll go direct back to the airlock, and Jaws can get the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy. I've got the crew lock bag now.
Okay, nice work. And it is a short translation if you want to just leave it tended to you, your choice.
Okay, I will do that. Have my local picked up. Copy. Found the onion bearing.
And we are in an expected satellite handover. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean.
Dan?
And we are back with you after the handover.
Okay, copy. Resisting the The adjustable equipment tether is back on the MLI loop.
Copy, nicely done. And so we just need to pick up that large small ret from the handrail and then give a good work site survey, make sure we haven't left any tools or tethers out anywhere.
And there's still, I believe there's still 3 quarter turn fasteners, so two of the 4 on this side, which I'm working on right now. There's one. Almost.
Okay, we copy, good catch.
And then that one on the starboard side that Laurel had a hard time with. Met the airlock.
Copy.
Copy, Laurel.
And we just got video back. So for Laurel, as you get to the airlock, you'll open up the hatch thermal cover and ingress and attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender. And you can stow that crew lock bag in the airlock.
Okay. Then the plan for me is to stay in there.
That is correct, and Giles will be joining you here in just a few minutes.
Okay, copy. Okay, and those 2 are done.
Okay, we copy, Johns. And Laurel, as you go in, you may want to tuck your PGT a little bit tighter to the right side of your body to get in through the hatch.
Copy. Let's see. Others here.
And it may be easier to do on the way in to get a waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender, and we'll need gate closed, hooks locked.
Estamos vendo nesse momento, né, os astronautas já entrando novamente na câmara de ar.
Is it partially engaged? It is not. Okay.
For Jaws.
Right waist tether on the D-ring.
Okay, and confirm hooks and hooks locked.
Gate closed, locked.
Copy.
Black on black.
We see that. You are go to ingress and pull that crew lock bag in for Jaws. If we can't get that last quarter turn fastener, just do us a favor and make sure that there's no gaps in the MLI or holes letting some sunlight in, and we are go to leave that one unfastened.
Okay, copy. And I'm just going to stay put here and not move. Copy, Laurel.
Copy, Laurel.
The beautiful blue Pacific Ocean below Jasmin Moghbeli here, as she works on the RFG, the radio frequency group.
I thought I could go through this way, but I think I'll have to go back around.
Okay, and we do not need all of those fasteners, but you just need to grab that large small that should be right next to your right hand.
Yeah, I've got the large small. You want me to go back around and check on the quarter turn fastener? Well, do you know, was the MLI pretty tight? Like, On the side I was working on? Yeah, were there any gaps by where that quarter turn fastener was? No, it was tight. That's what was making it difficult to turn the quarter turn fasteners, because you couldn't pull it tight enough. Yeah. You needed a little bit more slack in it to get the quarter turn fastener centered in the hole. Okay, and let me know if you're good with that or if you want me to go back around.
And we are good with that, Jas. Thanks for
Vamos completar agora a marca de 6 horas. 6 horas de caminhada. 15 horas e 5 minutos. Estamos aí então sobre o Oceano Pacífico.
Copy. Your go to translate back.
6 hours since the spacewalk started today at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. Jasmin
Então aí,
Moghbeli is
portanto,
heading
6
back to the
horas
airlock
completadas.
to reunite with Loral O'Hara
6 horas de
already
caminhada
inside
espacial.
as they prepare for final ingress and repressurization.
Agora, nesse momento, elas estão se preparando para o reingresso na câmara de ar Quest. E assim vamos encerrar a nossa transmissão. Assim que elas entrarem, então, né, na câmara de ar Quest, nós encerraremos esta transmissão com mais de 7 horas e 45 minutos de transmissão, desde as 7h25 da manhã. Então, por isso que eu peço, né, a ajuda de vocês aí com apenas o like, né, ou a inscrição, né. Trazendo para vocês aí a cobertura completa desta caminhada espacial número 89 da expedição 70 na Estação Espacial Internacional. Com transmissão ininterrupta.
Copy, we see you. Your only other task after you pick up your adjustable is come up the lab struts. You'll come across face 1, and when you're on the starboard CETA cart, we're going to have you depress those brake handles. The brake handle releases.
Hoje trazemos para vocês aí a primeira caminhada espacial das astronautas da NASA, Jasmin Moghbeli e Loral O'Hara, da expedição 70. Foi realizada aí com sucesso.
And I see that crew lock bag outside. You? Well, it's the crew lock bag I picked up. I thought it followed me in here. Oh, but it's outside the airlock.
And Laurel, we can have Jas push that in when she gets there.
Push that in too. Okay.
Quinze horas e 8 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Estamos então quase encerrando a nossa caminhada espacial.
As Moghbeli heads back to the airlock, a recap of what was accomplished on today's spacewalk. Moghbeli started by removing the H fixture in preparation.
Just retrieving my adjustable equipment tether from the fairlead.
Moghbeli started today by removing an H fixture, which will allow for future installation of an iROSA or a rollout solar array. Meanwhile, O'Hara removed a trundle bearing assembly. The team encountered some difficulties, and Moghbeli was able to assist in that task. O'Hara then placed lubricant around the solar array rotary joint before installing a new trundle bearing assembly. These solar array rotary joints help turn the solar arrays to the sun to gather power for the space station. Moghbeli also reconfigured an Ethernet cable to bring it closer to the station structure, and ground teams confirmed they're not seeing any issues they'd previously been experiencing when moving a camera in that area. O'Hara completed a get-ahead of reconfiguring the starboard crew
Então já estamos chegando aí no final da nossa transmissão aí da caminhada espacial de número 89, da expedição 70.
Surveying that area has put it in a good configuration and helps the team better understand what can be done to remove it on a future spacewalk.
Eu vou começar aí a despedir de vocês aí desta cobertura, desta primeira caminhada espacial das gurias aí, né, das astronautas Jasmin, esqueci até o nome. Peraí. Da Jasmin Moghbeli e da Loral O'Hara, da expedição 70 aí da Estação Espacial Internacional. Lembrando que a Loral O'Hara então chegou na Estação Espacial Internacional pela missão da Soyuz, tripulada MS-24, e a Loral e a Jasmin pela missão da Crew 7. E o trabalho então que elas realizaram foi o seguinte, né? Elas trocaram aí o conjunto de rolamentos, né, na parte então dos painéis solares, e também fizeram preparação para a futura instalação aí do painel solar airosa, e também aí removeram aí um grupo de radiofrequência, né, da antena de comunicação que fica na estação. Então, foi mais ou menos aí o trabalho que elas realizaram durante esse período aí de 6 horas. Até uma... Na estreia delas aí das caminhadas espaciais. Lembrando que você pode me ajudar aqui no canal, né, curtindo aí a transmissão e também deixando a sua inscrição. Não custa nada.
Okay, I'm leaving the lab. Peace.
Copy, Jazz.
Okay, I'm coming under the MT. Oh, I came up.
Copy.
Oh, it's the wrong step.
Got some great views of you.
Copy.
And as you come to the CETA cart for the brake pedals, 2 pumps a day keeps the myrrh away. Thank you.
Okay, coming down. Later.
Copy.
on the Cedar Spur. Here on the toolboxes.
Copy. As you come down to the airlock, thermal cover is already open, so we'll make sure
Ali
that
ao
that
fundo
two-way
nós
bag
vimos
is
aí o
hooked
módulo
up
das
into the
sóios.
airlock, and then we'll go through the safety
E
test.
agora, portanto, a Jasmin está retornando então à câmara de ar.
Copy.
And we don't need to do any disconnections or anything on
E
the back,
assim,
just making sure that it's
encerramos aí a nossa caminhada espacial.
Okay, copy. Okay, I've got a local down, and Laurel, the back's coming to you. Okay, copy.
All right, for Jaws, we have a good safety or waist tether check for Laurel, and so you can ret to EV2's anchor hook on the forward external D-ring and release it.
Okay, copy.
And you're going to be hooking that anchor hook to your waist tether and ensuring that the gates close, sliders lock.
Copy. Okay, I can see my waist tether is closed, hook lock, black on black on my D-ring extender.
Copy?
Bem, acho que aqui então já vou encerrar a nossa transmissão por hoje. Quero agradecer a todos aí pela audiência, né? Pela rotatividade da audiência de hoje, que foi boa, né? Então aí já estamos por encerrar aí a nossa caminhada espacial, a primeira caminhada espacial das astronautas Jasmin Moghbeli e esqueci de novo. Pela Jasmin Moghbeli e pela astronauta Loral O'Hara. Então, quero agradecer a todos, né? Estamos então aí já encerrando a nossa transmissão de hoje, com quase 8 horas aí de transmissão, né? Então, quero agradecer demais aí a todos pelas inscrições, pelos likes. Nos vemos então numa próxima oportunidade. Lembrando que amanhã, dia 2 de novembro, vamos ter aí na parte da manhã a cobertura lá no Twitter, do voo da Galaxy. Então, tá no Twitter lá do canal. Então é isso, estamos encerrando aqui a nossa transmissão por hoje. Por hora é só. Nos vemos em breve.